Earlier in the afternoon, before Ashana did the first part of the lecture, I got invited to go with 4 other people to tour around the whole island. And anyway, we were going along our journey, and the driver was telling us all these little details along the way, and we ended up at this old ancient British fort from the 1600s. It was an old fort or some kind of ruins. And pardon? I think that was it, Brimstone, yeah.
Yeah, a big like castle.
Yeah, it's like a castle.
Kind of stuff with cannons and things. It's probably Brimstone.
Yeah, and so anyway, the driver let us out and he said, okay, there's a little place to have snacks or eat in this direction, and there's the ruins up over there. And so 4 of us started walking up this wide rock path up there. And after we were on the top part of that, we were looking around, and one of them said, oh, we were looking out in the ocean, you know, there was clouds forming and it looked like a little rain here and there. And all of a sudden one of the guys said, look, there's something starting to form out there. And I looked, and with my inner vision, I couldn't believe what I saw. I didn't even know what it was. And so when the guy said, you know, I think that's such and such, and I went, yeah, that's it. We could see an acacia, and then it was very, very tall. It must have been 2 miles out in the ocean, but it just grew real tall and had all sorts of pink, gold. I saw blues, all kinds of colors. And then after Ashana started talking, I realized it looked like a cathedral to me, like what you described as that. And so then I nearly fell over because I have these little things happen. This is my 15th workshop. I can't believe it. I looked in my file. So I have these little things, but that is the biggest, most awesome thing I've ever seen. And anyway, there's so many different ways of verification of the techniques work and everything. And I could tell many other stories, but one little tiny one on the mindfulness, this wasn't about a person, but I'm real into animals and creatures and things. And on the way to the beach, and stepped down off the steps, and I see this little tiny sea turtle, about so big. And I picked it up because the little thing didn't even know where else to go. He hit the little wood platform, and he was so tiny, didn't know if he had any strength left in him or not, but he was alive. So I took him over to the ocean and set him down, and I go, oh, I need to take a picture of this, you know. And I had this feeling like you know, he was so happy, you know, that someone saved him. You know, it was just awesome feeling, you know, to really help even a little thing like a little turtle. And so it just felt really good. And then another day on mindfulness, I was, you know, going around looking for people, and then I see this little butterfly. I started to step on the ground somewhere, and I see this little butterfly, but it was already dead, and I go, well, you know, he needs to be put in a place where no one else crush his little body or something, you know, stepping on him. So I picked him up and put him under a bush. But if you're just open, I think, to anywhere you walk or look around, there's all kinds of things you can see and experience. Anyway, that's all I have.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I think that's really, really lovely. It's like some people have an instinct of they do random acts of kindness just without even thinking about them because they just come natural. Where other people actually don't even think about doing things like there's a butterfly, and even if it's dead there, you wouldn't want people stepping on its body, so you try to move it somewhere special or help the little turtle out of a situation that would kill it, if somebody didn't help. That kind of stuff is very, very much what the transcendent self would act like here, where if a transcendent self says, it's not just focused on everything's about me and I gotta go do this, I gotta do that, you can get so focused on me-ness that you don't even see what's going on around you. You don't even notice it. Be it with the plants or the animals or the bugs or your spouse or your children or your boss at work or whatever, right? We just get so focused on what you're trying to do, usually because you're stressed out, right, and you feel a bit overburdened by it all, that you lose sight of that transcendent space where, wait a minute, pull back from the whole thing. All of the things in this hologram are a part of me, and I am a part of them. Even your worst agitation person, right, the person who agitates you the most in your life might be your boss, your spouse, one of your kids, whatever, but if you can realize they are just they are being a waking dream for you. They are much different than just the filter you're seeing them through. They have many aspects that you're not even seeing, but they're actually serving a role for you. And if you can choose, first of all, instead of agitation, and agitation will happen. It's like that's the Jaroche doing its thing, and it kicks up, and all of a sudden you're agitated. I mean, I get agitated when I go through 10 pens on Mylars, and they're still not writing. They write for 3 lines and then stop. I fling pens in the hotel room. I do, just another one bites the dust, What?
The young chap on the right has come up to speak.
Okay, cool. Cool. Yeah. Anyway, all right, lost my train of thought on that one, but that's all right. Anyway, what I liked about what she was sharing with us is about little things of random acts of kindness. Kindness is the nature of the cosmos, of the Christic cosmos. When we can embody little bits of that, in even little silly ways. I remember my walkout, Katie, she had that kind of as an instinct. She was forever cleaning up other people's messes. I mean, she'd be out somewhere at a restaurant and have to use the ladies' room. And she'd go in the ladies' room and she'd find the sink was all a mess and stuff, and people were just being slobs and pigs and just not bothering, leaving their paper towels around, leaving all sorts of muck around. And she would actually clean it up, knowing that there were the cleaning ladies that would have to come in, and it would add to their burden of what they had to clean. So she'd clean it up so they didn't have to deal with it. One of the things we usually do, unless we're totally stressed out and pressed for time before we have to evacuate a hotel room for the airplane, is we always clean up the room first.
Absolutely.
Right? Before the maid people come in. Why? Well, perhaps because once upon a time we worked as chambermaid. Yeah, not for very long, but it was in, where did we go? I think it was New Jersey. And we temporarily went down for a summer. And you just take the summer jobs and the whole bit, and it was there. And people can really do disgusting things in hotel rooms. The poor chambermaids that don't even get paid enough to make it worth being there, but at least they got a job, show up and try to clean up. So little things, there are random acts of kindness and just the way you conduct yourself in the world. If you're, walking somewhere and you see a thing dying or, something that got hit by a car or whatever, there are things like, a little animal in the street or a butterfly, that's already dead on the sidewalk, or a little turtle that's going to be dead if you don't intervene, right? There are little things you can do all the time. If you realize you should. As a Christic being, that is how Christic beings actually perceive. They're not just focused on them and what they need to do. They're focused on trying to help in general, as seeing the hologram as part of their own body. If our bodies are our orb, and we can feel a parameter of our immediate size of orb, and if you just owned everything that was in it, good, bad, and awful, right, as a part of you, because it's in your hologram. Now, it might not recognize you as that yet, so it might act differently toward you. But it doesn't change the fact that you can choose to act that way toward it. And you can come from a space that's called a win-win space. There are no winners and losers here. It's not about competition. It's not about I'm right, you're wrong, vice versa. There is a love space. And it can come down to some of the easiest forms to deal with are little animals, little bugs, and those kind of things. Plants, leaves, trees, clouds. Clouds are great. They will talk to you. They will take shapes to teach you things if you lay there on your back long enough and project up into them. So there's a whole spectrum of perceptions that we're so beta-waved, embedded in the beta-wave brainwave pattern, that we don't even see the other channels on the television. And that's part of the problem. Our consciousness is like a TV, and you can definitely channel surf. We're stuck on one channel. And what these exercises were about were helping us to start shifting channels and turning on other senses. And the more you use them, the more the old, rigid, focused, tiny self way, that becomes a secondary perceptual base, where your primary focus of attention and knowing yourself as being is actually transcendent. And then you walk here in a whole different way, and you react to things in a whole different way, not the way they tell you on TV, oh, an economic crisis, oh, this, that, the other thing, whatever. You see it from a higher level. And that is important if you're going to survive it, because if not, you get caught in the vortex of the, oh my God, we're having this crisis or that war or whatever, and you get sucked down into it. Who's controlling your energy of your being or your mind or your emotions? You or the mass program? That is the difference of getting your control of yourself back from the Jarosh effect. Now, I have heard there's a person that would like to share his experience. I'm sorry if I went on a bit long-winded there. Thanks.
It's only a quick one. Just want to share something that I've found about the waking messages, how vague but how obvious they can be at the same time. I've been asking for a long time, because I knew there's some kind of change coming up in January where I have to move away or do something, because sort of my whole family's sort of splitting and going in different directions. And I've had nothing back for a long time, and I'm getting a bit worried because I'm thinking, oh, it's coming to January. So I thought, well, St. Kitts will give me an answer. I'll wait till I get the safe zone maps and I'll know where I can go. And I did the asking of the question with the message, and for quite a whole day, nothing come back. But I thought, think Guardian and, Divine Right Order and everything. And I was in the Calypso sort of waiting bit, and I got dripped on the head. So I looked up, and I saw it's sort of an image of an octopus that they've carved in the top. And I thought, well, okay, it's a bit vague, really. I don't know how that's going to help me know where to move. So, but I wrote it down anyway. I mean, I think there was something about the octopus that it was like 3 cracks in its sort of head, which made it a bit obvious. So I wrote it down. And it was only till the next morning that me and my brother and Alfredo went out golfing. And Alfredo was talking to me about how he used to work in cruise ships, and it hit my brother. He says, ocean, you're meant to be on the ocean. That's about the ocean. He says it's a picture of an ocean, not just an octopus. And I thought, all right. And the more he explained about the cruise ships, the more I thought, that's just ideal, really, actually, just travelling around, and it was just perfect. And it was only yesterday, when the Safe Zone maps come out, that the cracks sort of fitted in. Is in the Atlantic, where they all come together, and there's the lighthouse in the middle. I realised that's where I've got to travel, is around that area there. So I just thought I'd like to share that. Also, I think personally, and I would imagine everyone, I think we've all had a bit of awakening messages when we went up the volcano with Greg. We all had a bit of a surprise on just how spiritual he was, and it all kind of amazed us, but I just thought that was quite amazing as well.
Thank you for sharing that. Yeah, decoding the waking dreams is half of the fun. Right? That's why when you first get one, you know it is one, and you could have like 20 different, well, maybe it's that, maybe it's this, maybe it's this, and your brain wants to like dive right in and read exactly what it is because I want to know now, right? Best thing to do is go, I call it file 13, right? You have your basic 12 files of where you might put information as you process life, and then there's that file 13 that is for stuff that I have no idea what the hell that meant, but I know it's important somewhere. So you stick it there with a little flag on it, like a little tag, and just say, if it's important, it will accrete more energy around it that helps me understand it better, and it will come back in some form or another, right? I have a very large file 13. I actually need like a whole other house just to house it in, but it's there. But decoding things like, how do you read it? At first, you might read it like this way, like, octopuses are dripping water on me in this restaurant. What the hell's that, right? Or then you finally come to the thing, oh, wait a minute, because you had conversations elsewhere, and you moved from that space and realized, wow, there was actually an ocean picture behind the octopus, right? Where you learn to see layers. The waking dream stuff comes in layers. There will be the first obvious layer, and then behind that, there will be other layers of understanding, cognition, and messages that help lead you personally to where you need to shift to next. one of the strongest ways I've ever seen of shifting is when you get past the linear language forms in your own brain with your own self. I need to know this, I need to understand, blah, 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 blah. You can go like round and round and round. It's like a CD in your head that if any part of you is trying to get some direct cognition through, it just gets caught on the turntable and, thrown back into the ethers. So that's why when we did the silence thing, we're learning to silence the mouth and the mind. Right? Just stop. Just all of it stop. And in that stop space, there's feelings that can come in. And those feelings can sometimes carry more direct cognition than any set of words that takes you 20 years to translate or decipher. Each one of these exercises had a skill of consciousness that if you play with it and work with it, it will teach you. The last one, we'll deal with it when we get to the end of the other things. Is there anybody else that really wants to talk about anything? Okay, cool. Hey, it's starting to catch on now. Yeah, we will honor this. All right, we will, and I ask the whole group to honor that. If there's anybody among us that would like to share their insights, it's important. And then we will get on to graphs and technicals. One thing I would like to point out is people are more important than things. And that is, if it's a lesson you haven't even thought about yet, think about it. People are more important than things. That means if your kid breaks a fancy vase that costs a lot of money, are you going to scream at your kid and make it feel terrible for the next week because it broke a vase by accident? People are more important than things. If we can remember that little lesson, it is a big shift compared to how most people behave down here. All right, where you make choices based on premise like that. If you put people first, the people in your life, even if they're strangers, even if somebody's messing with you, your bank account, whatever, you go into a store and you have a nasty teller going blah at you, maybe she's just having a bad day and you just happen to walk up at the wrong time, right? Maybe it's a soul group thing and she spotted you and she doesn't know why she hates you either, right? There's a lot of those happening, right? That's okay. You can just go, people are more important than things. The Metatronic teachings are a thing, just so you know. People are more important than things. Even if there are people that are being blindsided by the FA teachings that are leading them in directions where they would actually turn on you, call you names, label you, and be not nice to you because of the beliefs you're choosing to have as far as a higher understanding of the Christ. Let that be okay. But don't forget the people are more important than things. Their ideas and their beliefs are a thing. They are still people. Try to find that space and carry that love, and you'll find they shift because your field had the power to shift them because you carried love. All right? Now, if there's anybody else, we got two more? Okay. And then we're going to have to probably go into the, because we're going to be up till dawn at this rate. But I love the fact that people are sharing. It's so great. Because all of you guys are teachers. It's about time we got to get taught some things.
Well, I thought I'd just say that thank you for the experience, because although I can't say that anything dramatically profound happened to me, the experience of trying to do it and failing to do it, failing to silence the mind particularly, I found that I could focus on a colour, but that was still a thing. I couldn't do nothing. I mean, that was the biggest, not being able to. But the fact that I was not able, in some respects, to do what I was being asked to do taught me a lot. And things like, in retrospect now, the fact that I didn't do the log as much because I was in pain and I felt sick and my head was aching, taught me about dishonouring myself when I could have honoured myself by putting myself in worse pain. Right? I mean, it's when you make a picture, if you say you draw a vase, you're drawing a positive shape, but around that shape there's a negative shape, which is equally important to the picture.
Yes. Perfect. Yes. That last statement was awesome. Great. I really like that statement. That talk about waking dreams, she just said one. So you have a vase, and it is a positive thing, but then the space around it, there's a negative thing. There's negative and positive space. And negative doesn't mean bad necessarily. It just means you are a shape. the fact that you exist as that shape, what does that do to the space around you? It dictates its shape, doesn't it? Right? There's a whole level there. That was a great message. Thank you, Sue, on that one. Would you like to go? I love this because there are insights all of you guys have that just help all of us.
Okay, well, I've shared this with some of you, but one of my dominant selves is a minimalist. You know, I get by with very little and don't need a lot. And so when I come to a grand hotel like this, it kind of I shrink back and go, oh my God, and immediately start, judging big fancy things and want them to somehow be different than they are. So I said, okay, I am this. I am the Marriott Hotel. I said, okay, I can deal with I can do this. I am the Marriott Hotel. So, being the minimalist that I am, instead of using the hairdryer, I'm out on I call it the bridge now, but it's on the 4th floor. As you go out there and you look out what I call the Grail window, and I'm getting, the wind comes up there, right? And I'm drawing my hair in the wind, and all of a sudden, oh my God, I'm in the Grail door. If you've been out there, and there's so many places you can see this. There's that huge window, there's the water underneath it. When you stand at the bottom and you look up, there's all these windows and doors. Yeah, but see, like when you're there, like on the Mylars, it's like just just flat. But when you're standing in the hotel, you're inside of it. So I'm thinking, wow. And then I went over to the front, and the woman, that's doing the exercise down there, who looks like the Australian woman, that beautiful Australian woman that sings. The body of that, I call it the Aquafarion down there in the lobby. Have you seen her? Yes. She's very, very, very tall. And she's got a body like, very present. And then I look up, and the water, I tried to get them to turn it on tonight, but they only turned on the level down below from from right above the boat down, which wasn't what I was expecting. Because if they turned on the water that comes from the 7th floor, I think, down into the pool of the Aquafarion and then down to the other levels, it gets the whole lobby wet with the wind coming through.
That's why they don't turn it.
So I went up there and I said, I was really hoping that you would, put it, we're the Azurites, we need the water. And anyway, she says, well, but anyway, the other thing about the minimalist is that the guardian that I met happened to be the Attorney General of the island of Barbados. And I don't know if you know, but there's been a whole a conference here with the financial complex of the Caribbean islands has been with us here in the hotel. And so they're trying to figure out, what are they going to do with their financial structure. So I had a talk with this man down there by the pool in the basement of the, what are we calling this now? I don't know. This Marriott Hotel that's now become the Grail window of my consciousness. And we're having this this wonderful conversation that evolves into that we need to merge with our transcendent self in order to know how to go into the future. And I knew he was the guardian because he said, I have to have a conversation for a half hour. He says, well, I want to thank you so much because you have really given me something to think about. So,
thank you. And thank all of you who have had the courage to come up and share your teachings with us. Eventually it will be very much about that. When we come into our sentience, a synocracy is not a democracy where even if they're all messed up, the majority rules even if they're all messed up. A synocracy is where people actually have and hold a presence within themselves that is of the Christ, and they can just share. And it's an equality space. And the fact that we started this tonight was very good. We usually don't have time in workshops. I end up being the face up there that shows graphs and spouts information at you, and never get a chance to speak with you or talk to you, or even have time for like question and answer sessions on the technicals. We're hoping to change some of that, and at least in this time, because we've shared a lot together, a lot more than we actually know, and we're going to finish that when we do the beach thing, and hopefully not kill each other with light sticks. Right. But I would just like to thank you for sharing, the people who did, and it's okay the people who didn't want to. But there's a cohesion of actually being able to care about each other as beings that in the work, the way it has evolved, we haven't had a chance, because there are a lot of people, and with the dictations coming through as far as the work goes, we're never around and available. I'm glad at least we had a little bit of time of sharing in this workshop. It's a first. We've never had time to do that. And we'd just like you to know that even though we don't have time to ask or time to interact often directly with anybody, we do care very much for the fact that you're here, and we do care very much about whatever you're going through in your life. We can't always be right there to solve it and talk to you, personally and immediately. But please don't think that we're uncaring towards you. Please understand the burden of the transmissions that we've been trying to bring in order to show up and do what we said we would, the beloved said we would, when they write the descriptions of things. So we're going to shift now from the sharing space of, talking about the mindfulness meditations that we went through, because there are meditations, they're active meditations. There is one more, but that will be dealt with at the end, right before we go out to the beach. There's a series of diagrams that I will go through. This is going to take me probably an hour, all right? If there's anybody that has to use the ladies' room or men's room, I would suggest taking a 10 now, because when I go through these Mylars, I would like to just go through and get us done with this. At the end of it, we will, however, find out we're being invited to a very special commission from now until 2012. Okay, so we'll talk about that. But let's give it, 10 minutes for bathroom break, so I can just then go right through the Mylar section, and then we'll do 2 techniques, and then we'll go out on the beach and do the event. Right? So we'll be back in about 10. Technical waves, right? It was kind of funny. We were like down to the last 3 lectures, and they hadn't given us heavy technicals. It was like, gee, this one was more like play. We got to do our exercises and that kind of stuff. And we got hit with the technicals in the last 3, the last 3 lectures, which is good, because by the time you go home, you got a nice balance of both things, right? Where it's like, we just played and didn't have any technicals. We got technicals. It's what I'm going to try to do, because more important, again, than the things, like the technicals, are the actions. Actions speak louder than words. They speak louder than Mylars. And even though the Mylar series are important, because they help to give a visual for sometimes very complex concepts that without the pictures it would be almost impossible to explain, such as the safe zone maps. What is most important is us having enough energy when we go out to do the event, because the event is quite important. We are lighting the lamps of not just the watchtowers, but the sentinels and the lighthouses. They all come online tonight with the grid work that we anchor and that we do, and that is really big. We've been trying to do that for centuries. It's a whole new, let's say, potential generation of hope, as far as how smooth or not the drama down here will unfold. And it's what we were trying to do when the work first started, when we lived in Florida before the UAR abandoned the Treaty of Altar. This was the next step, which we were supposed to get the watchtower and the sentinels and the lighthouses online. And, that didn't work, because the ANU bailed out on their agreements at Altair. Now it's beyond their control, and they're being quite cooperative at this point with the Christians, because otherwise they'll be going into, well, black hole fall with the Prosiacs, and they really don't want to go there. So they're being cooperative. This is good. But what is really lovely is we're finally getting back around to the things that we wanted to be able to teach earlier, where we had to go through that whole expose, actually, of the other side, of the anti-Christic side, to show what they were doing with the Merkaba teachings, with the whole bit, to show her, look, it doesn't work that way. You know, here's the larger picture. Here's what they're doing. Here's what we're doing. You know, just use a brain and think about it. Compare the data on each side. We had to go through that movement because there was a lot of people that were getting hijacked into, you know, using their energy systems in service of the Antichrist while they thought they were serving the, you know, the Christ eternal life system. At this point, we're coming back around full circle. I've got one on already. And what I'd like to do in this lecture is kind of bring us full circle from when we started. We've been doing our Arrayas and exercise things and talking a bit about that. And then we've been talking about grid work and like in last night's lecture about the planetary position. And if I do my job well tonight, just like how often, what, when. Honestly, the answers to that are already published. They're in the handbook for Sliders 2, but we even did give you those 2 pages again that show what it is in case you don't have that manual yet. But there's more detail on the the perspectives on exercise and that kind of stuff in the Sliders 2 handbook. But we've given you a few pages on that already. Just to wrap it up here, so you know when, okay, I've got all these thingies, I've got all these millions of exercises to do. When am I supposed to do what? So you've got the beginners program and you got the maintenance program in the handouts that you have. It is a repeat of the ones that are, they are included in the Sliders too. But there's also more on like diet and on our perspectives on exercise and stuff. So if you want more on that, it's in the Sliders 2 package. But what I want to do tonight is one of the things that we did. Ice. Ice, he said. Right. In other words, don't stand in front of it and get blinded like I often do by accident because I'm not paying attention. Right. Now, we went into, it needs to be focused. I'm just going to touch on these. I'm not going to read through them again. But when it comes to exercise and all that stuff, we learned about the war of attrition that is taking place within our bodies, within our gene code. We learned of the basically 10 different categories of gene code that people on this planet have in relation to how much Shalaya light quotient that is required for ascension and how much Shona field, which is reverse light quotient or dead light quotient, is in the bodies. When it comes to this, and we looked at these, and I also, we actually put those in your chart packs, and we weren't going to do that, but we decided to have a copy of those so you could just look at it. It doesn't matter where you fit because there's another layer to this. If you're a walk-in, if you're an indigo, you have a walk-in potential, and we had to walk in to become, and to be an indigo, they do walk in. There's a certain level where you have a younger part of yourself raise the body to a certain frequency, and then they walk out. You help them get a jump in ascension, and you walk in. So there's not just one birth imprint. There's the walk-in imprint. There's also the overlay imprint. So this is just giving you a parameter. It still uses all the same imprints, but you may have, say, this one is your birth imprint, but one down there in the Illuminati world, as far as 25%, Shalaya light quotient, might be your overlay. So you have to balance them and actually add and subtract the numbers to come out with where your base code might be. That can be very, very difficult, especially if you don't have direct verbal communication with beloveds of the Adashis, because they can analyze it. But down here, nobody can analyze that. There is a set of readings that eventually, they're just showing me how you could do. We could do them on ourselves. But we're a long way away of saying, okay, what is my light quotient today? Because it's actually like weight in a week. If you weigh yourself, you'll actually vary almost 5 pounds here and there, depending on how much water you're holding or not and that kind of stuff. Well, the light quotient varies like that too, but there's still a base parameter. At least when we leave here, because of the activations that have taken place and the techniques that we have run to bring our fields to the next level, we will have that 60% of light quotient. So that is good. So I just wanted to touch on the fact that, just reminding us that we went through looking at this a bit. And all of these, you can look at them yourselves. It tells if you have, if you have this positive after it, that means it's Shalaya, and the negative, right, refers to the Shona. The proportions, the ratios between them determine what you're biologically actually capable of doing, right, and where you can go. So this is why when it comes to the exercises and things like that, why all of a sudden there's a better motivation than just trying to fit into your skinny jeans or something. It's like, or even just trying to prevent heart disease. Even that's not enough for some people. It's like, whatever, I'll live as long as I live, and I'm just going to enjoy my life and not take care of my body, let it fall apart, whatever they do anyway. There is a reason why it's worth taking care of the body, and that has to do with the light quotient, and it also has to do with a larger mission that those of us who care to be a part of are being asked to be a part of. So I just want to touch base on the fact that all of this, the exercise part, is not over here where we're doing spiritual part and then you have all that physical weird stuff. Why are they doing physical fitness? To understand the physical fitness is directly connected to the ability of the body to hold more of the spirit body energy in order for you to actually evolve spiritually in a higher way. So they're directly connected with the axiotonal lines excuse me, and the meridians. So next one, actually we can go past those. We had like 3 or 4 pages of those. Yeah, we can go past it. Yes, I want to look at that briefly. Yeah. These are things I wanted to touch on briefly just to show you where they fit together. So as far as we have the understanding of the gene codes in relation to light quotient potential that we started with. And the next one, this is, I'm sorry about the coughing. This one is in, I didn't put this in because I didn't want to do a whole repeat for the chart pack here because it's expensive to have them printed here. But this is included in the chart pack for sliders too. But I just wanted to touch base on it. It's as well as the arrays, the exercises that we've been taught and been working with through this program. There's also the dietary suggestions. We can actually, if anybody doesn't have the Sliders 2 package where this is already published in it, we can, if you help me remember to do this, to put this on online where the people who, if you want a copy of this and you don't have it in the Sliders 2 manual, you can actually get it. Because I'm not going to go point by point, but they're just dietary suggestions that give just, it basically comes down to, which is really funny because this came through before we ever found the Tosca Renau book when we were actually in an airport and looking for a magazine. Usually I get like Architectural Digest or something to keep myself occupied in magazines because I don't like words, I like pictures. But I found the Oxygen magazine, and that's where I opened it, and there it was, 6 small meals a day, just like the Beloveds had said. So that led to getting the book as far as clean eating, the whole concept of clean eating. That is what the Beloveds do endorse. It doesn't have to be as, well, let's say, rigidly applied as those who are perhaps in like the Iron Woman bodybuilding thing, like we're not aiming to go there, but the dietary suggestions are very, very good in Tosca Renau's stuff, and the Beloveds do endorse it for that reason, like as far as the clean eating. And these are real simple points of clean eating. There's a lot more detail in when you want to look into it. But even these alone will help you actually shift and support the body in the changes that you are making by bringing more of the spirit body energy in. This becomes important when it comes to activating the unigenetic underlay, which is a system in the body that allows the body to become a superconductor of electricity so that it is enabled, the atoms are enabled to make the 90-degree shift in angular rotation of particle spin that is required to go through the transcendental chamber passage in order to make it through to the next level. I've analyzed the stuff. I read them in the last lecture as far as what is a safe zone / it's a slide zone. Okay, and they explained a bit about that. And then I had a couple other questions, and I read those questions and answers to you in the last lecture. In this one, we do have a sheet, and that is also in the packs that you were given, that it explains the basic steps involved in the dynamics of slide, what we do, what the body goes through, what activates, and what happens next, and all of that. So when it comes to those things, which we'll get to toward the end of the pack, when you bring that back to the front of the package of things that I'm reviewing with you, the diet and the exercise that goes with it very much help the ability to maintain activation of the unigenetic underlay. You'll understand more about what that is as we get to the other part. But working with the axiotonal lines and meridians, which means working with the areas, which are expansion and contraction type of exercises. They tone the muscles, but they also tone the axiotonal lines and the meridians. Because when it comes to the activations of the unigenetic overlay, the axiotonal lines and the meridian lines actually blend into that, like what I've called the aqua spacesuit of hydrolase that allows for the body to become a superconductor. So the exercises are actually to begin the process of allowing your atomic structure to hold the activation level where you can indeed make the angular rotation of particles spin. We're all working on building the Shalaya quotient to the point where we can get all of our atoms over. Right now we're bilocating, but it's still kind of vague, like you're out there and sometimes you get tired and you lose yourself and it's like, was I out there? I don't know, I'm still here. You know, that kind of thing. Eventually we will move past that, but it does take training, and part of that training is having the physical body able to hold the frequencies involved with making that consciousness shift. So the reason for the physical fitness aspects of the program that we have brought through is because they are actually required to sustain the activation levels of frequency in having the unigenetic underlay to stay active. So we'll look at more of what that is as we move forward. And I just wanted to touch base on the dietary things. We will, is there anybody that doesn't have this from the Sliders 2 manual? I'm just curious if you'd raise your hand so we get an idea. Okay, there's a few people. That's not much. Most people have it, I thought. So that's why it's like you don't just repeat the one from the one before, especially at the prices that's charged here for getting photocopies. If we could put this on whatever, what do we do? Put it on, not the website, but the e-group or whatever. You know how to do it. Files to go. Yeah. If you could just, before you leave your name if you need a copy of that, like sent electronically to you, or even physically if you don't have eNet or whatever. You can just give an address and we'll send you a copy on that, because they're helpful and they're simple. It's in one sheet. You know, you can also buy Toscareno's books, and they're very helpful too, with much more detail. But we will, make those available if you don't have them. Okay, next one, please. Somewhere. Okay, yeah, all right. Yeah, I have one somewhere. I'll have to find it, though, if I get time to go back to the room before they have to leave. As I was saying, that we could, for the few people that actually don't have a copy, we could go back and find the master and just run them off here, at the hotel, since it's not a huge amount of people. That's the next one? Wait a minute. That shouldn't be the next one. Did you? Okay, let me see my page. Let me see the white page. Let me see the white page.
It just talks about the psycho.
Right. Okay. Right. Okay. Now, as far as the exercises and all of that, and developing the ability for the body to hold its light quantum, it's Shalaya light quantum. This all has to do with larger things that have to do with the planetary drama and the potentialities of ascension as they do or will not later exist on this planet. When we've already covered the maps that start to explain about the rods and about the fact that the rod and the chamber have been split on this planet, in this planetary orb. And these maps we looked at yesterday, where we see, and this is the 1/3 median Earth and our 1/6 nth Earth. 1/6 nth Earth is where we are. All right. We are aligned. Our rods and chambers. A chamber being the front one, rod being the one that runs horizontally. Right. They are aligned with the median Earth, and that's the only reason why we can still open the ascension gates, is because that rod alignment. There's a plan going down that is being accelerated, and there's a certain set of moves by the Omega side, which are the red, white dragon side, that they're attempting to do by 2012. It would be not a good thing if they accomplished what they're trying to do by 2012. So what we'll start with is just reminding you that we have, I forgot to outline that one in blue, that should be blue too, but these are the natural positions of, if you have a sphere, like the Earth is a round body, you have its front chamber, you have its rear chamber, you have its, what are we here? That's its left chamber, which would be, what are we on? West. no, left is east. And we would have, that's true west, and this is true east, right? When we take this map, the front should be where you would consider it 0 point. We actually have a false front as far as the numbers with the Greenwich meridian and all of the longitude latitude lines that are based on that system. It's actually a false positioning. The Greenwich meridian is over here, and 22 degrees past that over here going west is actually where the natural rear of the rod is. So we actually have this offset of the grids on this planet. It has to do with the history of when certain things took place. And this was like the last move on this was 65 million years ago. And that's a long time, because it was only 25 million years ago that the angelic human races, seeding one, were put on this planet. But this planet came into as part of the Amenti rescue mission of the Amenti host. It was seeded here 550 million years ago. There was a whole bunch of conflicts that went down before that. Each one of those, before humans could even be seeded here, had to do with FA groups fighting over the territory in order to bring it into Black Hole Fall, because it was connected still to the M31 Andromeda galaxy. If they could take this place, they could perhaps take Chalet, the next host star. And then if they could take that, they could get into M31. And that's what they were trying to do. So Earth was always the target. And the last extinction occurred 65 million years ago, and that's where we get stories about the dinosaurs and a big asteroid hit the Yucatan Peninsula and la-di-da and all that stuff, right? And from that period where all of those extinctions that we read about in our science books actually had to do with fighting over the natural energy structures of the planetary Templar. And part of the natural structures are the staff and the rod going left to right or east to west, and the front to back chamber. On the back side of that chamber, we have what is called the Bardo chamber. This is the part that links us back in to our next level up. It's like we come out of it moving forward, right? And when you ascend, you actually go back into it. It's the Bardo chamber, but that Bardo doesn't mean death. It just means stepping back into the space you came from. Now, sometimes that means you leave a dead body on the other end and bring it back in a different way. But other times it just means you literally learn how to slide back and forth between the spaces of the Buddha levels we've talked about. So this, on the planetary level, the transcendental passage would be on the rear of the planet, right? It connects to the rear part of the front-back chamber, the Bardo chamber, and on this planet, it would be coming out in this location here, right? So literally the landmass is here. These would be where that chamber opens on the planet. There's another aspect we'll see in the other map that comes out forward, which is the Kali chamber, and that has to do with the future. That's the one that projects energy outward toward the future, and the other one is one that projects energy outward toward the past, and the past is going back into our whole self, our bud self, or our Buddha self that we came from originally into incarnation. So this is just beginning to show us the configurations of things that are happening on the planet. And we are in the middle of, well, we have been for a long time on the planet, in the middle of an invisible war. But it is getting more intense right now because of certain things that those who honor the Omega Code, which is the Alpha and the Omega, the beginning and the ending, ending code, they had planned that there's a large FA group that are planning that this would be the last extinction here, and then they would be able to take the planet. We're kind of in the way. The Christics are a bit in the way because we have kept the host that holds through to Median Earth, so Net Earth hasn't been lost. And at this point, the Green Dragon crews that are primarily Anunnaki in as far as their soul group affiliations, they have realized they didn't win their little Masters of the Universe attempt, and they have come back into the treaty because they're going to lose control of the portion of the split rod and chamber that exists on this planet. It was the Anunnaki who actually orchestrated the splitting of the rod as far as the crest offset. So they created that problem, and that was about 65 million years ago, before we even got down here to seed an angelic human race. So we're going to see a little bit about that rod split, because that has a lot to do with safe zones. Safe zones, as they were described by the beloveds, are slide zones. They are ones that still have the ability to be able to go through the angular rotation of particle spin shift that is required to move up into the next level up, where Shona light cannot do that. It is fixed in its angular rotation of particle spin, and it actually must be forced into a containment field, and what they do with them is drag them down into black hole systems. Shalea light is living light, and under certain circumstances there is the ability for the atoms that have that light structure around them to indeed take their matter form and go into the transcendental passage and end up in the next level up. To get to median earth, that is what we need to do biologically. If we're not able to, in our lifetime here, fulfill that, the more we can work toward that with our bodies, even if we can't finish the process, the higher light you can get in your body, the more chance you have of getting where you want to go in ascension when you cross over. It doesn't matter if you bardo out or if you kind of like tough it, because the harder way is to try to completely transmute your body's, your cellular structure into Shalea light. It's harder, it takes longer, it takes work, it takes dedication. If that seems just like too tiring, because a lot of us are very tired anyway, as far as adding all that to it, it's like whatever, as long as I know I can get me out and the rest of my body so I don't have to go back there, I'd be happy. So if you're in that space too, that's fine. But building the light quotient in the body is still important, even if you're planning to bardo out, because you want to make sure you have enough of a light field. You'll get 60% of Shalea light when you leave here, but depending on what your gene code is bringing in, if you happen to be like a really lovely high indigo, but you have a very, very, very low Illuminati type overlay in your gene code, that will take part of your quotient away from you. And it could be the difference between whether you can make it to median earth in full ascension, or whether you end up, as your best case scenario, being able to go into sovereign fall. And so it's worth taking care of the bodies. And even if you don't really care whether you walk it through a gate or just dye it and hopefully cremate it and just bring it all out with you, either way is a fine way to go. But either way, it's worth making a little bit of a lifestyle change to bring in things that you do on a daily basis that assist the Jari in bringing in the light, the Shalea light quotient, and don't buy into the mind mess that the Jarosh part tries to move you into. The Jarosh will try to get you to do stuff that's not good for yourself. It will try to tell you don't bother exercise, and it'll try to tell you don't bother this, don't bother that. And that is just a program that is being run by the part of your own spirit body that got reversed in the atomic structure. So there comes a time when the body is almost like a child. It also is a very brilliant child, like a prodigy, where it has huge amounts of information that once you learn how to communicate with it, it will reveal to you. But in the meantime, it's still out of control, right? Now that we're at least helping the Jari part of it, the Jarosh doesn't know what to do with itself, so it's trying to rebel. So we do have an internal war of attrition, and being mindful. And sometimes it helps to just like move yourself into that bud level 2 space where you kind of go, okay, let's just separate myself a little from that right now, to not get caught up into it until you can come back in as the elder, because you are the elder of the Jarosh body consciousness, both aspects of it. So oftentimes, do you ever see parents that get run around by their children totally? Even when they're acting out of control, they're trashing the house, doing horrible stuff, and the parents are just like, okay, but I love you, but oh my God, I feel like I'm with terrorists. But they don't know how to hold a power in a way that they can guide the children, particularly more exuberant children that have a lot of energy that they throw around. It's kind of like that when our 3D mind approaches the Jari and the Jarosh. We're used to it and them running us and feeling alienated from our bodies, or not quite sure what our body's going to do next, knowing it's going to get old, it's going to die, and there's not much you can do about it. All of a sudden we're tapping into that consciousness level of the Jari and the Jarosh. And what we will find is it's brilliant, but both sides are like a brilliant child. One is like the brilliant good child, and one is like the brilliant evil twin, right? And they actually fight with each other when you're not looking, just like they would. We have to be parents to our body, is what I'm saying. And with the exercises and things that we're bringing in, it is a program that will help you to do that. But believe me, you will have both of them on different days telling you, don't bother doing that, don't bother doing that. And that's where you got to rise above it and say, do I think I need to do this today? If these exercises or this choice of eating actually assists the development of my axiotonal and meridian lines to where my unigenetic overlay can stay on, right, which allows me to, function as a superconductor when necessary for slide, is it worth listening to Jari or Jarosh as they're arguing about what to do with myself, or should I just create a third perspective and say, what do I want to do, right? You may have to do that in dealing with the body consciousness. Now, when it comes to the planetary body consciousness, we've got a large war of attrition taking place. I will be very surprised if in the next 2, 5, 10 years, it doesn't end up in a major upheaval, war style. It won't be a war with us. It will be a war between the White-Red Dragon crews and the Green Dragon crews. And it's a war over the rod, actually the rod in the chamber, because who controls what part of those will determine what part of the planetary grids go where. All right, next one, please. It's sticky. This one was showing us, and we looked at these last night, this one is showing us where the natural configurations of the rod in the chamber are. This is the natural rear chamber, right, the one in the back. This is the natural east chamber, to be this one. This is the natural front. That is actually the front of the planet. And look at that. It's somewhere over at 158 degrees east, right? And this one is the west rod, the natural west rod. What we have instead, and if you're wondering where the Greenwich meridian system came from that they used to calculate and divide up the planet so you can navigate and stuff, it was all part of this. That was an Atlantean setup from the beginning, where because they actually split the rod and shifted it 23.439 degrees north to where what we call the Tropic of Cancer, right? Shifted it up there. They split it, shifted it, and then shifted it over. They created what used to, from what's the natural rear rod, rear chamber. They actually created a false front, and that's called the zero line. The Greenwich Meridian line is actually built on this. So the whole system of navigation in longitude-latitude that we have here is based on the Atlantean design of the Caduceus takeover. This had to do with 65 million years ago when they hit the Yucatan Peninsula, which is right down in here someplace, with a big asteroid in order to make the crust shift upward. That's where they got the shift upward from here in order to split the rod. So those little things that you read about in science books as far as, an extinction took place during this million years ago. Most of those extinctions, in fact all of them, were not by accident. They were orchestrated on purpose, not to kill so much the beings that were on the planet at the time, but to get control of the planetary Templar. And we are still living the results of that. So what we have now as our current state of being is we still have, fortunately, our net Earth quantum is bonded and still in alignment with the median Earth quantum. The median Earth is still, it is the Christic Earth, the 1/3 quantum of the Amenti Earth body that did not get drawn into blend with fall. So we are in a position just a step below that, which is net Earth, and just a step below that is Caduceus Earth, which is being controlled by the whole Caduceus network that has the rods in this position. What's happening on this planet, and it has been for a while, and every time we have a stellar activation cycle, there's a flare-up of one degree or another of this drama, is who is going to control the Caduceus set, or the beast machine set. The red and green dragons have been at each other's throats for eons over who's going to control this, because each of them actually contributed some of the genius to the black hole technology that enabled it, which means both of them are equally crazy and psychotic when it comes to why create something like that. There's only one reason to create this type of technology, is to take power from something else, to violate it without even thinking, without even caring, and that's what they did. And they're still doing it. So we've got these two sets, actually. We've got the natural chambers and rod, and we've got a distorted version of them simultaneously running. Ever since the Atlantean periods, neither of them have been spinning, because these are literally like a rod that will be stationary and just run energy back and forth. But when certain things activate in the Templar, they start to spin and they create vortices. That was set in motion with the Omega Code activation in, I believe it was January of 2008. So now you have these spinning vortice spaces that intersect with the surface of the Earth in various places. There's the biggest problem is right now we're fortunate that we have a treaty with the Green Dragon crews because they realized they were going to lose their rod and it was going to be used for something that would be devastating to all life on this planet and elsewhere. So there's a mission that the Azurites here have been asked to do because we are the ones that are actually carrying enough awareness and activations in the shield that we could actually hold a watchtower contract. Watchtower contracts are few and far between. There's only one watchtower on this planet. And it is the one that will make the difference whether the gates go closed early or we can hold the host here for 222 years. So it's a big honor that we're actually being asked to participate in. And I don't know how you guys feel, but I'm like, oh God, I just try to get through a day or a workshop. You know what I mean? Like, you're going to give us the watchtower. Oh boy. Right? I mean, it's such an honor that you kind of say, I really hope we're up to this. Yeah, there's so much more we need to learn. We're just trying to figure out how to get our own selves through. And now we're being given this huge commission. But it's a huge commission that's important because there is a big play going down that by the Red White Dragon crew that has to do with splitting the caduceus rod and using it for the White Dragon advantage. So next one, please. This is what we showed before, yesterday, where the original intention of the Greens who designed it in the first place, right, was to take a quantum of the natural chamber and rod structure and actually force shift it up, over and up, to form what are called sinkholes with the caduceus rod, right? If you get those two rods in alignment that way, it will create a vortice in the center that actually sucks energy down and in. That's how they got rid of Atlantis and Lemuria. They actually literally demanifested them off the planet and sucked them down into sinkholes and then closed them back up again. But these were little sinkholes. These are the big ones. These are the ones that are actually running the whole planetary staff and not staff, but chamber and rod setup. So what the plan had been, while the Greens were running it, the Greens that are now being helpful with us, right, was to split the quantum of the net Earth that we're on out of bond with the quantum of the host through median Earth and force us over and up. This is another shift in the crust over the mantle. That takes some pretty sophisticated technology to do that. I wonder if CERN has something to do with doing that as well, you know, that particle accelerator thing they're building over there in Europe. Here we go again. But anyway, off CERN. What they were trying to do originally, the Greens were planning to split our rod that was rod and chamber that were still aligned with the median Earth rod and chamber and shift them over and up to create sinkholes. And from those sinkholes, they could progressively literally pull in the planetary grids, turn them inside out, and stuff them out a black hole somewhere and put them where they wanted them. It's a way of harnessing energy. It's a sophisticated black hole technology where black holes need energy or they implode. So there are feeding systems that were developed. The Metatronic system is one of them. That was a bad enough scenario to worry about. Okay, the Greens wanted to do that to the planet. They're also fighting with the Red Dragon crew. Then when the drama accelerated, it didn't have just Greens and Reds anymore. We got all sorts coming in. In the last 10-year period, the history and who's on first now, who's coming in to side with what side to upscale the drama. We had Wisas come in, Wisa Drax, Wisa Dex. We've got, Budhara, Borgia Budhara. All sorts of beings are involved in this game now because this is the final chapter of it when it gets to this level. What we're going to be asked to do has to do with not so much this, because this was the Greens' agenda as far as what to do with the rods that they were trying to capture. The Greens are now running with their tail between their legs because they're going to end up in Procyon Red to fall under the control of the Red and White Dragons because they lost control of their main rod position. And we'll look at where that is in a little bit. Next one, please. Does it one of the certain configurations? Yeah.
The names of the
Yeah.
locations within the circuit there.
Yeah.
But it definitely does.
Okay. This was one of the early drawings of where the safe zone map was going. That has to do with what is being activated, and as of the work that we do out there tonight, this will activate in full. This is the Shield of Solomon. What is interesting, when we look at the other maps, I'll show you something else which is called the Shield of Albion, and that has to do with the Greens who are on the treaty that, at least if they work with the Budhara, they can do Christfall and not be dragged into the red-white dragon's black hole systems. So this is the Shield of Solomon, beginning point of understanding this. These are the lighthouses that connect to the sentinels. And we have a sentinel at what's called Elon, which is the Colorado house they asked us to secure the grid zone. On Shalon, which is also an Arizona house, they asked us to secure the grid zone. Then we have over here in Adair, Ireland, they haven't asked us to secure anything over there yet. I seriously hope they don't, because we have enough on our plate. But it's in Adair, Ireland, and the other one is here on Kitts. Now, the one on Kitts, because of the other activations that are actually succeeding in the shields, you don't need somebody sitting on the surface level to keep it safe. Certain places you do, but this one will ride whether or not anybody from the Christian side gets the surface. It will hold now, regardless. The others are very vulnerable because of the position they're in relation to some other things when we see where the conflicting rod assignments are up and through here and where the sinkholes can happen. So these two areas are areas that need to be held if at all possible, especially this one. And here's where we are being guided to as far as where the watchtower is, and that is directly linked to the Median Earth cathedral set. There's a whole triangulation that happens in here that we'll see on the other maps that is referred to as the Avias Cathedral Complex. And it was there from the ancient days before the humans were even seated here, the direct interface between Median Earth and Net Earth. So there's a complex in here that we will see that right now the zones that fall in there are the safest, even though they look like some of the most dangerous, because you have the rod split capacity right in the middle of them. Let me see the next one, please. This is just to remind you that there's another way to, if you're in America and you want to locate where might be more friendly grids compared to where might be more hostile, just pull these off the internet. I think these were from, what were they, from Time or Newsweek or something?
Wall Street Journal.
Wall Street Journal, right? That they just literally show the concentrations in New York Times. Okay, New York Times. Anyway, they're on the internet. You can find them. It just shows you the breakdowns of where you've got red and where you've got blue concentrations of people who are being moved to vote in certain ways. At least the Beloveds have identified for the first time in ages that Mr. Obama is one that is endorsed by the Beloveds, as far as, it doesn't mean he'll be perfect, but it means he is perfect for the job at hand that has to be here. And it doesn't mean he can stop a war between the Reds and the Greens. If it's going to happen, it's going to happen. But he'll do his best. But you can look at these political maps and get an idea of where you might have people that whose fields resonate a bit better with you, right? Because at this point, the frequencies you carry in your field, there are certain ones that are working the other agenda that will just hate you on contact for no reason whatsoever. They'll growl at you, and they won't even know why. They won't even know why their fields don't like you. We can learn to overcome that, but it's very unpleasant, and it's much easier to try to put yourself among people that might have at least something in common with the 3D level, so you can just be at peace and not have people growling at you all the time, like at the store when you go outside your house, that kind of thing. So it was just to remind you that you can read the political maps this way. And right now it's so divided and so directly polarized. It's almost a gift because the clarity is there. It's just like putting a knife between them. The Republican Party is definitely standing for one side of these agendas, and the Democratic Party is standing for another. And we never get political because a lot of times it's really a sway back and forth. But this one is pretty cut and dry. It doesn't mean every person that votes Republican is intentionally aligning themselves with the red or white dragons, but they are being moved by the trickery of policy into thinking that because they don't know how to look deeper. into that. And the same with the Democrats. I mean, why does anybody vote for either side? They're looking at the outside issues. They're not looking at the deeper issues behind it, not wondering who is a representative of what soul group and what might that mean for not just the local politics, but also the planetary. Most people at this point think about me, 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 me. They think about, okay, what person is saying something that will help me, right? That will help my pocketbook, that will help my health care, that will help my issues, right? And because we've been taught to not think big anymore, not think like an orb, but think like a little speck of sand. And if we can learn to move through the political and financial craziness that is manifesting on the planet at the moment, and realize we have a choice every moment. Am I that little speck of sand that's going, me, 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 me? Or am I this orb that is saying, I am this, all of this, I am. And I have chosen to come here because I can have an influence of the Christ. Let my will be thy will. Let me be a vessel for thy good works. And move from that Buddha 2 space where you are in the world but not of it. But you can love it and still enjoy it, right? So these are just little reminders of how you can start to read behind the lines, between the lines, behind the scenes. It may appear as one thing in, like on TV or in the 3D mindset out here, but it actually might mean something else. And from that bud state, you can actually pull back and say, what does this really mean in the drama? And start to see behind the guises. This is a political map that shows voter preferences in a country called America. Except, and it means only that, unless you know the other levels of knowledge behind it. So look for the signs that you can actually, don't try to read stuff in the stuff where it's actually not there. You have to be careful for overcompensation too. But try to sense if there's more to an issue than is being apparent before you make a decision or commitment to it. If people had done that in the American election, everybody would have voted for Obama that was on the Chris team. And there are more people on the Chris team in America that appeared in this. These maps are so hugely red, it's frightening. It's almost like, let's run away somewhere where it's blue, right? Not because I'm a Democrat or anything, I don't want to be anything. But as far as soul groups, and what soul groups are controlling what local grids, this is what you'll deal with. If you're in a very strong, say, red county, that means certain soul groups are on the red team. Usually they're the Dracs and ones that go with the Dracs. All right, that's always been the GOP, and from the beginning, from the time the great old party was formed. And the Democrats were always the Anunnaki. It goes back to Civil War period, where the Yankees were always the Anunnaki and basically became Democrats, even though you had crossovers, here and there, and a little blending of ideas. And the rebels were always the ones that were primarily soul groups of the dark forces. This went back to old conflicts in Europe that were doing the same thing before America got founded. So there are things behind the scenes, and it's worth noting that. And it's also worth scoping out where is making home for you. You know what I mean? Where would I feel most safe and supported? And it's worth looking at things even on this level to see if if I feel strongly about the democratic ideas, and am I going to plot myself down in the middle of a very red Republican zone? Even if we don't talk about politics, what is happening on the soul group level here? Is this a soul group set? Is the local consciousness field of this community someplace that will be supportive of me in any way, or are they just going to hate my guts just because I'm here and they can feel me as something different? So those kind of considerations, as well as knowing where safe zones are as far as the grids and stuff. Once you've got that handled, then it comes down to more personal things. Where will I be supported, and where can I offer what I have to give, where it will be welcome and wanted in some way or another, right? So those are the questions that we need to ask ourselves when it comes to making home, or finding that place of, okay, where do I belong in my new mission and the level of awareness I'm carrying? Where is the right place for me to call home? Because there may come a time, and it may be sooner than we think, but hopefully it won't be, where you don't move from that place for a while, because normal things we depend on, like airplanes and electricity and stuff, might not be around for a while. And if it comes to that, where would you want to be stuck temporarily? First of all, pick a slide zone, right? Because that redefines the meaning of stuck. Once you can get your Chalet light quotient up, we are working with being able to slide out of there so you're not nearly as stuck as everybody else that can't do that. But think about if God forbid, it came to getting stuck somewhere, where might you feel most comfortable of that being? And begin to integrate yourself into that space now. You know, even if it's just go check it out, go for a vacation there, go check it out. Do I feel right here? Is this the place I want to be? And if the answer doesn't come immediately, that's okay. But start to look, because there's going to be a time where hunkering in and making home is important. Even if it's a rental, you don't have to own it, but just a place where you feel you're in the right community space, the right consciousness field for you that resonates with you, and you feel you can have something to offer them. It doesn't have to be Kathara. I mean, just something in general that you could fit there. And even if you're undercover where they don't know that you're a Nazarite person that talks about this stuff or thinks about this stuff, but where you would actually feel supported on the soul group level. And that will become important, where the transcendent selves actually are supporting each other, because there are soul levels that are fallen, just like there are avatar levels that are fallen. Just because you make it to the soul level doesn't necessarily mean that the soul self has actually stayed on the Christic path. But when you go through the Shadi spaces, it takes you back to the original encryption of those center selves. So even if that center self fell, you will get the original encryption of it, and you will become it in your own Christic right. Which means you can override, even as a probable self, you can override the fall of your God self level, the fall of your soul level, your oversoul, your avatar, and even your rishi. You have the gift of free will power. And it just means opening through the Shadis, where you get the original imprint back of what they were supposed to live up to and didn't. All right. So there's some people that really do have their whole matrix crashed, and they're still probable selves sitting down here going, "Oh boy, I don't understand any of this stuff," and not realizing how bad it's like you don't even want to know the records on that one, how bad that one looks, right? It's okay. It doesn't matter what part of your larger identity matrix fell. You have the power in this life to override that and get yourself and anything that's left in your other incarnations out with you. All right. Next one, please. Yeah. I want to move a little faster through this because I've been tired all day, actually, but we have a big thing to do on the beach tonight, and I want to get through that. This is just to remind us of the differences between the Shalaya light that can phase, where those two thingies phase together and they spark, so it can generate its own quantum. So it is eternal life, so it's perpetual motion, and it generates quantum for itself, so it never burns out. Then there is the Shona light fields. What I wanted to point out this for is just to notice the shape. This is the buckyball shape, the truncated dodecahedron, right, of the buckyball. That actually forms around, as a crystalline matrix, it forms around the Shona light fields. It is also the shape, and this is why I put these up, is also the shape of the unnatural structure, that actually electromagnetic structure that is surrounding this planet. When we do the activations tonight, we are going to poke holes in it, and we are going to loosen its hold on the planet. We won't make it go away, but we will actually be able to move through that and get part of it. It's almost like making Swiss cheese out of the buckyball harness. And this is a good thing, because this is part of the planetary net field that makes it where it's very, very difficult for people to get out into the natural states of the God self or beyond. Next one, please. This is just showing how it affects our body. We have a D1 level, we have a D2 level, a D3 level, density 1 level, all the way up. These buckyball configurations of the Shona light fields create the harness that is actually blocking our perceptions, and bad enough it blocks our perceptions and our gene code natural activations, but they also, the ones who control the world management team, also broadcast false information through it electronically, where half the thoughts that we think aren't even ours. They're actually being beamed in through these fields. And our bodies have these fields around them, so does the planet. It's because the planet does that our bodies can be accessed in that way. And we are beginning the process of transmuting these fields off us personally. What that will do for the planet is give at least little localized areas that have the Aveas shields, which still have slide capacity, safe zones. We will actually clear that configuration out of the safe zones. There will be places where you can get clearer reception than if you're in other places that aren't on the Aveas shields. Next one, please. This is just to remind us that, yes, we are in the loadout schedule, and this will be published in some of the other ones. We're just fine-tuning the graphs. We've been talking about this for a long time. This is a Starfire Ascension cycle. We're down in this space right here as far as it goes, and there's dates that go along with it, and it's up here when we get to 223 years. That was in 2007, so that's 222 years left. before the gates to the Milky Way close, and we progress. The ones who do ascend go through the Messiah fold, and then the higher folds of returning to the folds of creation, which has to do with actually going into the center part on the probable self level. That means going back into the God self. Once you're God self full incarnate, that means as an incarnate going back into the soul self that knows itself as 12 incarnates, etc., etc. So it's going back into the fold. This is just to remind you that we have outlined the diagrams and the time frames and all of that. We are still in progress here, and May of 2008 through 2047 is when we began the stage 2 part, where we start going toward the Messiah fold, but we're not there yet. So we're just getting to the point where we have enough light quotient to go through the natural evolutionary leaps that the atomic body takes in moving through the starfire cycle. Starfire cycle was triggered early because of the condition of the galactic grids, not just the planetary ones. And it will be done here. Anything Christic will have left here by the between now and 222 years from now. So the host ends in 2230, and that's when all of us we get to the point where we've got our bodies where they actually go immortal, because we can do that too. When you get to a certain level, you can stay here but keep the body immortal where it just doesn't die. But at this point, regardless of how far you've got of keeping your body here and what good shape it's in, 2230 is when the galactic gates close, and then after that you would go into sovereign fall with the Christos fall and that kind of stuff. So we're on a big mission to begin with, but it gets made a little more complicated with what is taking place immediately and what certain ones have plans for 2012 period. Next one, please. Now, I've mentioned before the cathedral complex, the Avias Cathedral complex, and it's a set of grids that their power base runs this way. They can be expanded, and there are certain ones we're hoping to. Actually, you'll see on the next map where it has a dotted line going here. There's actually a lighthouse here. All these little dots are what are called lighthouses, and they have certain purposes within holding the shields within the entire ascension grid network of the Avias shields. They all have little Avias shields with them. Right here, up here, is where Elon is, and it's still kind of like up in the ethers. We're not sure who's going to end up with it, if it's going to be secured or not. If it's secured, it's interesting, and you can see it better on the other map. But this line will expand out. It will stay where it is, but there will be another one that comes this way, and that will allow it to go out to here, to the lighthouse that is here, and run the line of lighthouses down here, so down to the corral area, which will help secure and hold the whole San Andreas Fault and that whole thing. They're right now.
Which point is that? Is that San Francisco or LA?
Which one here? It's not. These aren't city points. These are the points that are on. If you took the continents off and just looked at the plates, these are plate points. So we'd have to actually analyze those and see what cities they're next to. They're not city points over here. All these little dots around here are literally where science shows that the plates are touching each other, and it's where like three or more plates converge and touch each other is where we get these points. Like you have some of them are 2 or more, but here you got like 1, 2, and 3 little plates. There's 1, 2, and 3 plates here. So they're called harmonic convergence points, and they are the points of what are called the lighthouses. The lighthouses have the smallest but still powerful grids that go with the Avias shields that are connected to the median Earth ascension. Right. So what we're hoping is that if the A-line grids do get secured, we'll actually be able to run it over to the lighthouse there and expand the parameter of the power base. Because it is this power base that will actually hold the whole larger grid of the Solomon shield. Next one, please. Yeah. Eventually, we'll get a cleaner version of the maps that you were given, because they're all in black and white, and it's really hard to tell what is what. But so I colored this one just so we could see what areas mean what in relation to your black and white maps. Okay. Now, right here is what we have been referring to. The blue lines represent the ascension grids. All right, grids of the Christics. and so do the aqua. When we get into the reds, they mean the red-white team, and when we get into this green color, it refers to the green dragon teams. Now, these red ones have dots instead of full lines around them. There's a reason for that, is because this hasn't happened yet. What we have that we saw in the other diagram was we have these sets of offset grids that are actually running up on the Tropic of Cancer that are the split of part of the quantum of our blended Earth into the Caduceus network that aligns with the Greenwich Meridian and all of that. All right, so right now we have just the green ones and our net Earth that connects with the median Earth ones in these bluey aqua color ones. The mission we're being asked to assist in is that the red teams, the red-white teams, are attempting and actually making a decent amount of victory in taking away the grid control from the greens. And right now, you'd actually see the reds both in the same place. Green and reds would be in the same place. They've been fighting a war over who's going to control the grids and the rods in the same area. They're both fighting over the Caduceus. The reds won. And what that means is the reds have an agenda where the greens were going to keep it here and do a different configuration. What the reds are planning to do is split the green rod, right, and the green chamber. What that does is create a double set of sinkholes, where you've got one set that forms here and another set that forms here and goes right after the net interface, the net Earth interface with the median Earth rod. If they accomplish this shift, we're going to have Earth changes probably similar to what made the dinosaurs go away. So we're being asked to, first of all, what we're going to do tonight is set this power grid. This is the power triangulation that actually connects. It starts with Cheylon over here, the one in Arizona, goes out to Adair, Ireland, comes back down here to Corral, which is Shala 13 gate on this side, and then back up to Cheylon here. It also has the connection into Kits, which is where we are, and then it also has the connection into here, which I know there's a lot on the map, but that center there is the center of this larger circle. That center there is the watchtower in Florida, in Pine Island, Florida. It right now has, we will activate that tonight. We are going to bring over from where we brought the Rashapata or atom cluster for the net Earth from over by Chihuahua, Mexico. We brought it over into Kits. Well, now we're going to move it up into the watchtower, and that will activate the watchtower. That will set in motion the activation of the entire cathedral complex to begin holding this, because this whole complex has to do with stopping the Omega code from ripping apart using the splitting of the vortex of the rods and stuff, of literally ripping apart. They want to rip apart at the equator, the Earth. That will cause immediate extinction. But they have plans for where they want to put things and where to harness it and drag it into black hole fall. And right now, the fact of people like us being on the planet that are working directly with the Christic beloveds is the reason why it hasn't gone there already. And there's only 220 years left, but it's quite a commission to hold. What we're being asked to do, and we will be taught progressively what to do to hold ourselves in grace, but also to assist the planet. So this split, ideally the split of the Caduceus rod does not happen. If it happens, they will give us a new set of things that we need to learn about as far as holding grids together consciously, by doing toning sessions that are directed toward the lighthouses that will help hold the grids together when the other force is actually trying to push them apart. If we're fortunate, things will go in the drama in a way that it doesn't accelerate that fast. Eventually that's what's going to happen here. In the meantime, our job is to get these coordinates activated. If we can put the Alon property online, it allows us to expand the line from Adair all the way over through Alon and to reach that tower over there, to reach that lighthouse. And that will allow us to come back down here into Corral, and it will literally, that runs that fault, the San Andreas Fault, and whatever else they call it when it goes down into South America. So we'll be able to secure that if we're able to hold these grids. So we'll see on that one. But this one is non-negotiable, right? This set here That is the temple, the cathedral complex from before the time when humans were seated here, from before the 65 million year ago assault that ended up with the dinosaurs being killed. And we are going to activate that tonight. Here, where we have in the Florida spot, the little dot is representative of 144-mile radius, or not radius, but actually diameter, right? Okay, that has the capacity, if certain other things activate as they're supposed to, when the gruel activates. In fact, during the Sarasota workshop, if all goes well there, it will expand to a 728-mile diameter, which means there will be like the whole, a good portion of the East Coast will be protected under that shield if that occurs. All right. So these sites, this area in through here, these Alon, Shalon areas, over here at Kitts, over there in Ireland, they are the immediate, not only safe zones, but in order to get other safe zones where they're actually active on the map, they need to be held. They need to have presence on them that will ensure that the integrity of the grid stay there. So there's a call being put out for clustering, which means certain guardian groups have a little feel for a certain area, right, and want to go there. Anywhere in that parameter, actually, and a lot of it is like out in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. I wouldn't suggest putting your house there, right? But anywhere in this parameter, even in the larger one that goes out here, which would be even better because it would help support getting this part online that will actually hold this fault. Because, if we just hold this much and something happens with that fault line, it's not going to be too comfortable in Florida either with the tsunamis that would come through the Gulf if you had major ripping down here. So it's all interconnected. Anywhere in that triangulation is the first places, and it goes over into Europe, but it happens to be anchoring in Ireland at the moment. There are others, if we can get these configurations online, there are others that will extend into Europe as well, and some that will even extend over into the Orient and places over here. The main shield, though, that is the shield of the shield of Solomon or the shield of Adore, that this is like its power generator part. Once we get this activated, it will fully pop open this whole protective field here, and it will secure the natural spin and positions of the net Earth. This is the east rod and the whole set of rods, but it will focus on the east rod. It will make it so they can't be pulled into the sinkhole zones, and then it will also assist in holding this grid here, which is one of the Green Dragon grids, that if they lose that and their rod splits, guess who it's coming after? It's coming after the median Earth ones. So right now there's a coalition, they call it the Treaty of Avignon, between the Christics and the Green Dragons, some of whom had been the ones who betrayed them in the first place back in 2000 with the Treaty of Altair. And fortunately the Buddhara groups are being intermediaries because our councils really don't want to talk to them anymore about that. There's a certain parameter, as if you make a deal and then you really try to, well, I hate to say screw somebody over, but that's what they did. If you try to do that, there is a period of several hundred years before you will be granted permission in the Christ councils again to ask for assistance directly. If you have developed a reputation for betraying that, as soon as it's given to you, you go and like bite the hand that feeds you and go actually get some of the Christics hurt. Because they did that with the Treaty of Altair and failing to fulfill their agreements on it, we will now go through the Buddhara and they will have to deal with the Buddhara as their intermediaries to our councils. And that's okay. I still have a lot of love for the Greens. A lot of the Greens didn't make a bad decision. It was their higher-ups that did. And they got caught in the downward spiral. So there's still a lot of great love and protection toward the ones who have Green Dragon coding that didn't want to get caught up in that. They wanted to stay in the Treaty of Altair and meant well and were fully on the Christic path. So it's an interesting drama we're in, but we are helping as far as our Christ councils are now going to assist the Green Dragons, because if not, they're going to have their rod ripped apart. That's going to come after us. They're going to completely be going into fall. And we will not have enough quantum to get most of our shield out. And that is not good either. Because the one condition I know that we made as a collective coming into a fall system was we'll go as far and as we need to try to help everybody. But the one thing we will not do is lose our own shield. We're not playing martyr on it anymore. We've done that before, all of us, in other places and times. And we've learned that you don't get anything back for it. You just get, we're really messed up, aren't we? Yeah. Did it save anybody in particular? No. Why did we do that? Don't know. Maybe we should have thought about that better. So we did think about it better. That is not an option. And the way the grids were going, if the red white dragons get control of the green grids, it's going to make it very, very difficult to even hold our host open. They would have to call a more rapid evacuation of just the Christics and the awake Christics on the planet. There's hardly anybody right now that can biologically withstand a slide. We're building the ability to do that. So it would mean to get out, we'd actually have to be dead, and die the body and get out that way. It would be messy. It wouldn't be fun. It would be a real bummer. So it's nice that the Greens decided that they were so desperate that they were even willing to go through the Budhara to get back into the negotiations that allowed them the Treaty of Albignon. What the Treaty of Albignon does for them is there's a whole set of networks here that if we can get them online, it will support, first of all, keeping the Christian gates open to Median Earth, the rods and the chambers, and it will also give support to the Greens where the Reds will not be able to split their grids. And it's not just the rods and chambers they're after, it's whole sets of grids on the planet. Who's going to control them? And right now there is a grid war still going on. We talked about that in the year 2000 and nobody wanted to hear it. And it's still going on and it's getting worse. I wonder how many volcanoes, earthquakes, tsunamis, and really weird stuff flying people need to see before they realize something is happening. Before they realize, yes, polar bears are dying because ice shelves are falling off, and maybe it's because we use too much aerosol deodorant. I don't think so. Right? All of this has to do with the grid dynamics in this war, this frequency war that's taking place on the planet. So what we're going to do in the shield tonight, when we do the Shadra and then a stand shield, we're going to bring this whole network into activation. And the beloved said they're even going to start activation of this one, and we'll see if it can hold or not. If somebody that is inadvertently, working a not good agenda happens to buy this house, then we would have to shut this part of it down. But this is non-negotiable. This will stay open till the end, and that is the power base from which the rest of this runs. All right. These blue lines indicate the parameters of the Shield of Solomon once it's activated. Right? They are the portions of the grids that would actually fall under the protection of and have the ability to slide. It is a Navia shield that has the ability to go through the shifting of the angular rotational particle spin to make the 90-degree shift to cross through from one density to the next, to go through to Shadi and then back out the other side. And so this is a large version of the Watchtower shield, but the Watchtower is what will control it. It will control it not from the Watchtower where we're going to stay. We're just like, kind of guardians of the Watchtower anchor spot. And but up on Median Earth, there is a whole cathedral complex that does run that Templar. And there are certain procedures or dynamics involved in slide and in ascension, be it for a person or for planetary grids. We'll look at those in a little bit. And you got them, we made a copy. It's long handwritten because I'm not even doing typesetting on the computer. I didn't bring my computer. But at least it gives you an idea of the stages of what happens in slide, what are the dynamics. These places in this parameter will have the ability to do that because of this shield. When we look at the other things, the Treaty of Albignon, otherwise, if it weren't for the Treaty of Albignon, this would be the only thing that would have any chance of getting through or getting people off of it to get them through. And very few of the grids would actually be able to make any shift through. Because all these red lines here, these are already controlled by the red dragon, white dragon teams. The two caps are controlled, right? The North and South Pole, going all the way down, literally to the equator in some points. When it looks that bad, it's usually a no-brainer. But we are still here, and we are still linked directly with Median Earth, all right? And that is where the strength is. That's why it's worth staying. That's why we can still, for 222 years, we can still do this and hold this, even though we'll probably need a few changes of the guard. As far as bringing the young crew, well, yes, so we can go retire for a while and recuperate. But that's not happening yet. The young crew is coming in, but we're still supposed to do our jobs too. So what we have here is a good thing. There's a protection field that comes through this, because that is the backside of the chamber on the planetary level. It's where the transcendental passage actually comes out of the rear of the planet. So there's a protection field in there, even though you have a green rod offset here that the Reds are planning to take over. This has been part of the problem. The Reds have actually pulled part of the quantum of this green grid, which is the false front, the CAD false front. They've actually reclaimed part of the quantum and started the shift. And if they start this shift, then it is interesting, because if you look at what's under, it's hard to see on this map. But this is about Europe, all right? This is about power struggles that are taking place, and power, who's usurping who over in the countries that are over there, what politics are running. Because all of this stuff will be directly reflected in the politics of the land. The politics don't exist somewhere over here separate from all of this, and this doesn't exist separate from it. The politics that you see in a given area have everything to do with this fight that has been ongoing for so long. So over here, you're seeing a dominance of the Reds getting control. Over in this, in the more western part of Europe. Yeah, it does. It embraces the Middle East, yeah. And this is Africa here, right? And then it goes up. I mean, you got England up here, right? So this is literally, it was green territory, but at this point, the Reds took control of the green territory, and as a majority, and they're starting the shift of actually shifting or splitting the rod over there. When you split one part of a rod, it begins the process of splitting the others, because they're connected energetically at the center. So if you force one in one direction, it actually forces the others to compensate. So we're watching this. The European grids have gone under a draconian control more than they had been before. They were always quite reptilian, but that's different than draconian, right? There's a lot of, like the ones who control, they're in the Illuminati level of controlling governments and countries there. You have a lot of reptilian people there, and then that's not necessarily bad. There's a lot of, they're from the Seraphi races, and a lot of them are decent people. A lot of them are working Illuminati fall agendas, just like in America. You have the same type of thing over here. So what we're being asked to do, basically, is be the team that ensures that this cathedral complex, first of all, gets activated, second of all, stays safe, and then we can activate the full span of the Shield of Solomon. It will also allow for activation of the Shield of Albion, which are these grids. And it's actually a shape like that, but they go this way. Half of it's here, half of it's over there. That encompasses part of Europe and goes off into the Orient and China and stuff. That these areas can't be brought in. Well, maybe they can. I don't know. But right now, we'll be happy if we can. The beloveds will be happy if we can get this level activated, so that stays safe. These grids are going sovereign fall, so they are areas where you will have sovereign fall. But we also have hub gates in them, which means there will be points there where Christic people can pick up and make the interface back into our main grids where they can still slide. All right, it just means that those territories, they will be able to slide, but they will slide to the sovereign fall spaces, all right, which is a different angular rotation of particle spin. These grids in red, the two polar caps, and dipping down into the other territories, they are going procyclic. We can't pull those back from that position. So what we're looking at is right now we're watching the slow, painful war of attrition and the death that results from it. We're watching little wars here and there, people fighting with each other here and there. But ultimately what the Omega Code activated in the grid was meant to do was create the final extinction here. And it was meant to rip the grids apart, rip the crust apart at the equator. And even rip a little bit of the crust apart at the equator, you've got an extinction on your hands. All right, I mean, it creates a total chaos on the planet. So we've been entrusted with a huge job of we're the only guardians down here that know anything about any of this stuff and who are willing to listen when the beloveds are trying to teach us. If we can keep this, we're activating that tonight. They're saying, they call it, we're turning on the lamps of the cathedral, complex. And that means we'll be activating the watchtower site plus the 4 sentinels, and we'll also be activating the 24 of these little guys, which are the lighthouses. They are the harmonic convergence points that sit on all of those places where 3 grids touch each other in the crust and in the plates. So they will all come online as if they had a little lamp in their lighthouse, and it's going to come on because of what we're going to do. What we're going to do is quite fascinating. I want to get to the next part where, and this is like level 1 of the safe zone maps. They're just showing us the parameters right now as far as what's turned on and what we're turning on. And that's where you would have the right now, what is the safest spaces to be. The safe zone maps will grow and change. It depends on who wins what little squabble where as far as the particularities. If there are certain potentialities that could be much better than the small grid space that we're actually have here left. But we have to watch and see. First we do activations, we get this online, and that will allow this to come online. And that will allow the Transcendental Passage on Net Earth to open, which means that slideability is brought back to Net Earth. We'll see what happens after that. It's like you have to watch it play by play. That's why it's so difficult. You can't learn it like 1 year, and then 5 years later teach the same thing, because the drama's already evolved and moved on from there. So we keep track of who's doing what and who's dominant where, what they're doing with the grids. How does that affect the bottom line? And the bottom line is ascension. How does that affect our ability to get out of here eventually, right? With our Christic sensibilities intact and helping anybody else that wants to do that to do the same. So it is a big mission, and you are learning this from us, and we just learned that from the beloved, so we're all learning it together. All right, next one, please. What do I have next there? I want to get to that one written one. Yeah, good. So we'll go off maps, and now into a little bit of, I believe, dynamics. Yep, that's the one. This ought to be fun to read up on the thingy. Oh boy. Yeah, I think I need a chair for this one. Yeah, I'm just going to sit down and read this. Pardon my back to you, but my back is getting very tired. And this is a lot of small print that I need to be close to be able to see it. This was a basic summary of the 3 pages that they gave me yesterday for yesterday's lecture that explained bits about how this whole process of slide actually works. So, slide dynamic summary, 18 steps to slide. These are the things that happen in relation to the technicals involved in our bodies, and it applies to a planetary body as well. They wanted us to understand these because, first of all, we can see the first 4. We've actually already accomplished those. And from number 5 through number 10 will be accomplished tonight. So it's a big night. There's a lot of steps in the process of when do we get to slide. We're making good headway here. The next set will go down into FOL period, and maybe after that. Basically, the first thing is the return of the Pata atom sets. And remember, you have the density 1 Rasha Pata Or that goes into Azure, the density 2 Pata Umere that goes to the Iyumbi, and the density 3 Pata Rihaya that goes to the Rajna. So they return first, and that's what we did. Remember, we went out and we got those little atom clusters and brought them back to ourselves. The ones that belong to us that were stored in various places. We went on projections, went and got them, received the codes back. Right? The next thing is we open the Rasha window of the Ajay hydroacoustic body. We did that in one of the techniques. Next thing is we receive transmission of the transvector Buddha codes. So when we call them the Buddha codes, they're the ones from the center, where you have your God self in the center of your probability matrix that is your one incarnate, and then you have your transcendental soul self in the next set up. So you receive transmission of these transvector Buddha or Bud codes from the 3 density Bud centers. So that means density, the first density level is density 1, but also the density 2 and density 3 ones, to activate the Aveya shield. So we have an Aveya shield within our own body structures, and then once we activate that through getting the Buddha codes into our shields, then we downstep of the Buddha codes into the axiatonal and meridian lines. So at this stage, when we received those Buddha codes, and that had to do with the projection journey when we went up to meet our Zayane, that's when we were given the transmissions for those, and they were amplified in the journeys we've taken since then. All right, so we've got those codes, but what these do is they downstep into the axiatonal and meridian lines. And without those codes, the axiatonal and meridian lines would be being controlled by the Vibhati cell program, or the parent donation cell, where we'd be locked into our vector here with them, or are locked into our event horizon. When we get the download of those codes from the 3 levels of our own self up above us, it actually frees the axiotonals up to be able to do other things. And the other things that we are attempting to make happen are they actually blend and merge and become the aqua spacesuit that is the unigenetic underlay. And that is literally the circuitry through which the celestaline wave that we've talked about in numerous workshops runs in order to allow the body's atoms to go into a full transfer from this density through the Shari, which means an upstep to the next density level, just to come out in the same density. We're coming back to density 1, but we're moving from the probability Earth that we are in into the heroic version of that, or the God Self Center and density 1. So all these steps are involved in the body. This tells us basically what happens in the energy, and also helps us understand what we need to do next as far as techniques and stuff go, right? So we have the first 4 handled. The 4th one was expansion and amplification of axiotonal and meridian line strength and quantum through the physical arrays. So this is where the arrays, the physical exercises, come in, right? The Avia shield, to activate the Buddha codes within the axiotonal and meridian lines to critical mass spark point. So this is why, if there's one reason why it's worth exercise, and it's number 4, right? We need the expansion and amplification of the axiotonal and meridian lines strength and quantum through the physical arrays, right? So you're strengthening them. But in order to activate the Buddha codes within the axiotonal and meridian lines to a critical mass spark point, that is why we're doing the exercises. Because if you can get enough of these codes running in the axiotonal lines, and they can hold enough frequency through working with them and also developing the physical structures around them, you will be able to progress to the next points that has to do with the carinadial convergence. And that's what we're starting. That all of these things will be accomplished, even if we don't talk about them while we're moving through the techniques that we're going through. These are the things that will be accomplished during the run that we're going to do out on the beach, and the ones that we're going to do in here before we go to the beach. The first is carinadial convergence. That's when the carinatus seal, Avias lotus point, remember the El Crystal Lotus that we go into? It activates and turns into what is called the inner sun of Aquarion, which is the first median earth atom. This happens through merger of the Rashapata Ur, the Pata Umere, the Pata Rihaya atoms within the carinatus seal, which simply means, in simple terms, we're going to be bringing all of those 3 atom clusters together into the carinatus seal, and they actually pop and accelerate and become like an aquiline sun, an inner aquiline sun. And that aquiline sun becomes our control for the unigenetic underlay. So there's a whole set of processes that unfold in the body. If we're going to slide, it helps to understand the processes by which slide occurs. And that is what these are, be we talking about planetary grids or talking about our own grids, the body we walk around in. So we will complete the carinadial convergence in ourselves through the exercises tonight. We will also set that in motion in the planetary grids. So the activities that we do will set that in motion on a planetary level as well for the net Earth. Right? Next, the call. All right? The call is the inner sun of Aquarion that we just activated in the one above, right? Atom transmits a hydrolase burst of the living water to the 60 Avias points, or those 60 pentagon windows of the Ajay body. Okay? This opens the windows to become doors, transmitting the hydrolase flows. So this is where our 60 little windows become doors in the hydroacoustic body around us. Next thing that happens is 7, those hydrolase flows that got let loose there from the Avias point doors activate the unigenetic underlay. So that is those flows from those 60 doors that activate the unigenetic underlay, the eternal hedonic living water web within the cellular atomic structure through, and this happens through merger of the axiotonal lines. So the hydrous flows that come in from the windows actually trigger activation of the axiotonal lines to the point where axiotonals and meridians blend and actually disappear from their circuitry and turn into the crosshatch circuitry that allows for the hydrolase wave to run through the body. It's like a whole network of internet for the cellular structure where it's a communication network between all the cells and the atoms, and that is required to go through the next stages when your body actually becomes able to start engaging the process of slide. Right? So there we got the unigenic underlay activating. Then it says unigenic underlay activation initiates download of the Shadi edonic radiation spectra from the density above into the Shadi planes and the unigenic underlay of the density below. So you're starting to get a download of the Shadi frequencies from above down into your lower body systems. Then we got number 9, download of the Shadi radiation spectra from the density above into the unigenic underlay. Sparks open the transcendental and Bardo chambers, opening the transcendental passage as the Shalea atoms of the density below body enter a superconductive state, and the transcendental passage opens into the Edon middle domain. So this is where we start to make the passage. It's quite a fascinating process that happens afterward. I will read it, but we're only going to the next stage in this particular workshop because it takes time. You have to build critical mass. Once these activations are done, they have to turn on at their own level with the level your body is at in the field. Next is opening of the Edonic transcendental passage sparks the activation of the auric field aquiline sun fire orbs. They are like, it's like an aqua sunburst, as if all of a sudden your layers of your auric field turned into aqua flamed suns. And we've talked about this in other of the workshops in the tribes classes and everything, and it corresponds into the things of activating the aquiline sun levels in the auric field system. So each one of these, you do this and it makes that happen. You do this, it makes that happen. You do this, it makes that happen. Eventually it makes slide happen, right? When we get past this, so we've got our orbs, we'll go to the point of having those aquiline sun fire orbs activate in the field, and they will stay activated from that point forward. Then what we'll be doing as we move past this workshop has to do with the what the aquiline sun fire orbs actually trigger in the body systems. Next, the aquiline sun fire orbs actually release the celestiline wave of hydrolase into the unigenetic underlay and the Shalea atoms of the matter body. So with these activations, there's going to be a separation that starts to occur, because when the aquiline sun fire orbs within the Shadi bands start to transmit their frequency and release it as a celestiline wave into the unigenetic underlay, that will start going into the Shalea atoms of the matter body, but not the Shona ones. So the higher your light quotient, the more of these frequencies you can hold, right? And if you don't, they'll give certain percentages at the bottom where you need a certain level before you can actually make a full atomic shift into a slide. Okay, so we'll be doing this. We get the celestiline wave runs into the unigenetic underlay. That's that like aqua spacesuit I like to refer to it as, and the Shalea atoms of the matter body. So only the Shalea atoms will receive the celestiline wave. Right, and the more you have, the more celestiline wave you get. Number 12, the Shalea atoms of the matter body engage a 90-degree shift in angular rotation of particle spin in response to the celestiline wave, entering a horizontal alignment with the transcendental passage. This is where we start to move out of association with whatever of our Shona fields are left and move into that the passage between here and the median earth. Yeah, I'm thirsty. Thank you. Excuse me. It's a fascinating process. So literally, if our little atoms right now are doing their little magnetic alignment with the planetary grids here and being in alignment with it, they will do a 90-degree shift and go horizontal in axis, so they can make it through go through the passage behind us and go into the Shadi bands. Now, at 13, as we go horizontal, as the 90-degree horizontal angular rotation of particle spin shift occurs within the Shalaya atoms, the Shalaya atoms and the Shona atoms separate. So this is where our Shalaya actually pulls away from our Shona. And the Shalaya atoms enter the Shadi 4, which means the number 4 astral plane. All right, so we actually go up to the 4 astral plane, but on the Shadi level. It's going into the Edonic domain astral plane as opposed to the outer domain one that's full of all sorts of wild stuff, right? So it's a safe passage. So we begin to separate from our Shona fields and move as Shalaya atoms, and meaning our atoms, if our atoms are moving, it means our structure is moving, right? The biological structure that we're in. And we go into the Shadi 4 astral plane through the transcendental passage for an upshift into the next density up. And the upshift is very interesting. This is where the orb people or orb elemental beings come in, right? As the Shalaya atoms from the density below enter the Shadi 4 astral plane, the orbs / Aveyas elementals from the density above downshift, so they actually turn their axis down and shift into that same field of Shadi 4, right? And they shift 90 degrees so they can come down in to meet us, right? To enter merger with the Shalaya atoms from the density below within the Shadi 4 astral plane. So they downshift to meet us, we upshift to meet them, and what happens next is, as the Shalaya atoms and the Aveyas elemental orbs merge, the Aveyas upshift back. They turn back around, right, and go back up into the density they came from, the density up, to their organic axis orientation. And when they do that, they draw the Shalaya atoms into materialization. So we see them as light as orbs, but it implies they still have up in their home density level, in this case in Median Earth, they actually have their atomic structure, where you see the light configuration at the center of every one of those, there would be one little atom unit that has a living light structure around it. So they just shift back up. Once they bond with us, the light orbs bond with us, they just shift back up the other way, and it shifts our axis, our angular rotational particle spin axis, and it shifts us into the natural BPR, or base pulse rhythm, of the density we're trying to get to. So the orbs are key in actually being able to make these shifts. They're not thingies or weird stuff that's bothering you or something like that. They're conscious beings, they're elements. You would look at them over there and they might be hydrogen, or they might be this or that. This is the light structure and consciousness that is around every atom. Right? So we are dealing with beings when we deal with the orbs. Right? When we get to the point where the orbs upshift, and literally we both enter that medium space, the space between the veils of time, the Shadi space, and they downstep to meet us, we upstep to meet them, and as far as atoms to atoms, and then we just get shifted upwards by the atoms from the orbs that we brought in. And what's interesting is the ability to control that spot that is in the Carinatus seal that has become the aqua sun. What do they call it? The sun of Aquarian, the inner sun of Aquarian. That becomes your control. Once you do this and actually go through a full slide ascension the first time, it becomes really easy after that. You don't have to think about all these and do all sorts of exercises separately. Once you do it once, you're able to just think, if you want to activate, if you want it to happen and you want to slide, you think of where you want to go first, and then you think about your Carinatus seal, and you spark activation of the inner sun of Aquarian. And that literally will put you right through this whole process quite rapidly, and you'll be able to slide, and when you get to the other side, it shuts off, and everything goes back. The Pata-Ur atoms go back into the Rajna and the Iyumbi, so they separate and they shut the sun off for the time being. But you can always bring that sun back onto activation once you've gone through a full slide. So it's a fascinating process. They wanted us to understand this process. We will understand more about it as we go, but they wanted us to understand because we're going through number 5 through number 10 when, between here and when we go out and to do the stand. And and through this, we could also understand what the when we do the technique of carinadial convergence, what that means. It means bringing those the pata or atoms together in the carinatus seal and allowing them to do the starburst into the inner sun of aquiline that then triggers all of the other stuff as far as the activation of the unigenetic underlay, et cetera, to the point where at some point we will be able to literally do the 90-degree shift of angular rotation of particle spin of our atoms in order to do slide. Next one, please. I really hope we're done with Mylar soon. I really hope we're done with Mylar soon. Well,
It's all stuff you've shown before, though.
I know, but I'm wondering what context. Let me see. Okay, that one's done. That was one of the harder ones, actually.
Yeah.
These are quick. This is just to remind you, when we do the techniques that we're doing tonight, we will get the primal life force flows turned back on the natural way. We'll have the 8 crossover that hasn't been on this planet for ages. We will get this configuration back. So will the portion of net Earth grids that are running the host. They will also get the ability to run those currents back. Next one, please. Yeah. Around our body, it will create these fields of the natural currents, and it will also begin those fields will begin bringing into our axiotonal and meridian lines those Buddha codes that are coming in from the 3 densities before. Next one, please. Which in turn leads to this is when the unigenetic underlay activates, and literally the axiotonal lines blend and meridian lines, they blend together and they go away and they form this crosshatch grid. It's actually like a silken water skin that happens underneath your skin and through your atoms and through your organs and stuff too. And this is what can run the celestiline wave that allows for the Shalaya light units to make that shift, so you can go into the transcendental passage to be able to do an actual physical ascension or a bilocation. At first it's bilocation, but the more Shalaya light units you build, the more you will be able. I think you have to have 75% of Shalaya light units before your body will be able to make that transition, atomically through. But at 60%, I believe, you can do the bilocations with no problem, 50 to 60%, and we're doing the bilocations now already. But after 75% of Shalaya quotient, we're able to activate this in our system, and that means we're beginning to do atomic slide. Next one, please. I hope we're almost done. I'm so tired of diagrams. When we talk about activating the fire orbs in our fields, right, these aqua streaks, right, it's a messy diagram, but it shows you that's where the Buddha 1 level is, and that's where our Buddha 2 level is, right, when we talked about the God self level and the transcendental soul self level. And these are the levels of the Shadi platforms within our radial body and Ajji body structures. So we're going to, when we do the techniques tonight, we're actually going to go through and activate and open that, pass through the Buddha level 1 self, the God self, move through. All of these will activate with their aquiline orbs, the aqua color orbs around them, and we'll go into the Buddha level 2, and that's where we will be stationed. So the technique, there's one of the techniques that actually takes you through that journey, and you're literally moving backwards. You're moving yourself backwards through, and okay, in that space, I am my density 1 Buddha self, my heroic self, and then from that space, I move back a little further, feel a little resistance, pop through a veil. The veils happen to be these seals here, the D4 seals, especially between densities. And then you will go into the state of I am Buddha 2, which is I am soul. I am a person who has at the moment 12 incarnates running around in different space-time locations, which completely takes you out of the small self perspective here. So this is what part of what we're going to be doing tonight is our fields will activate by the end of it. We will have in our fields all the time the aquiline sun effect in the fields, and that implies that we also have the inner sun of Aquarian activated, and that is literally our device for controlling slide, where you learn to just control it with the breath. When you don't want it to be active, you and just put the little pata or atoms back where they're in storage in the EUMB and the Rajna and the Azray. And then when you want it, you pull them together and pop open the Aquiline Sun effect in here, the Aquarian Sun, and that will turn all of the levels back on of the hydrolyzed flow, including the unigenetic underlay. It's an amazing system. I'm still going, oh my God, there's so many technicals, but I think we're doing all right in getting the basic processes down so we have some idea of what we're actually doing when we do it. There's also another thing they said tonight, at a certain point, if we don't all fall asleep from exhaustion, that was my addition, during the Shadra and then stand that we're doing right with it. We've talked about this in tribes, where at a certain point of activation in the fields, the eyes actually will flash on and show it. When our orbs come on outside around us in our fields, they'll actually flash temporarily, the eyes, where the pupil actually opens like a small burst of light. It's actually like rainbow colored light, but it looks very light compared to the pupils happens. And for a little bit of time, not for too long, an aqua band between the whites of the eyes and the iris starts to activate within the physical eye structure. And sometimes you can see it, sometimes you can't, but this is the beginning of that. When you do a full slide where you're actually going through, the eyes actually light up. Literally the core lava currents come right out the pupils and progressively open the spans in the eyes and through the whole body, and then you kind of pop off and pop up where you're aiming for. So this is the beginning. They said there will be an eye pulse that comes through from our own fields, not from the beloveds, but from our fields when we hit these activation levels. So they want us to know about that. Next one, please. I think we're almost done. Let me see where I don't have to do all of this. Yeah, it's all right. I don't need to go there.
I didn't think so.
What will happen with the planetary grids through the work that we're doing tonight is the same thing will happen in the areas of the net Earth that are coded to the Aveyas shields. If they have Aveyas shields present, they will go through the Aquiline Sun activations that we talked about back in tribes that are connected into the aurora layers in the vertical map going up in the planes, from the core of the Earth up to the surface, up to the magnetosphere that's around us. So the same type of aquafire orbs will activate in certain parts of the Earth's field, not the entire thing, but only in areas where there is actually an Aveyas shield that is a slide shield available in the coding in the grids. But that whole area that we're going to awaken tonight of what they're calling the cathedral complex, that whole area has shield under it, so that whole area will activate those aurora planes at full strength. Let me see what's next. I think we're doing good. Yeah, I don't need that right now. I don't need that right there. Don't need to do that either. No. No, that stuff I've actually gone over before. I don't have to recapitulate it. Yeah. Yes.
Summary of the program.
Right. This is a good idea. Yeah. Yeah, and the last one I used to. Almost done. This is just to remind us all that this is where we are. This is what we're doing tonight, Night of the Shimmering Moon. And the next stage installment will be as far as working down that list. We're working down to number 10 now as far as what we're activating in our bodies and in the planetary grids. Some of those steps will be taken, I don't know how many yet, they didn't tell me, in the January workshop, and then more of them will be taken in the Sarasota workshop. So this is all a project. It's a part of a much larger project. Each one of those workshops will have to do with bringing a certain aspect of the Solomon host online with the core Templar that we're actually activating now. And I just wanted to, touch base with remembering where that was, because I've shown this before, but just remembering what we're doing now fits in with the larger program of activating the Templar and, on the Chris code. Next one, which will be the last one. Thank heavens for that. I don't know about you, but I get really, really tired with the graphs. Yeah, especially because I've been spending all day getting them ready and sequencing all that. It's like, does it ever end? No, is the word. And this is just to remind you that in certain of the techniques that we go through, we'll actually be simply traveling back here. We'll be sending our mini-me back from where we are here in our probability self, back here into our density 1 level of I am God self, and then past that, back into our density 2 level of I am transcendent self, I am the soul self. All right, so I'm just referring to these as Buddha level 1 and Buddha level 2. They're the Bud levels, right? So when we use the techniques, if we said, we're going to Buddha level 1, no, it means there. And if we're going to Buddha level 2, no, it means there. All right, and one is heroic self, density 1. The other is density 2, soul self. So we'll be using that. And it helps to just remember the context of, okay, we are here, and that's that sphere we've been talking about around us and all, that's that little one here. We're actually going to move and get into the bigger and bigger parts of our own identity and own self. And I think that's the last diagram. Thank heaven for that. It just gets really tiring after a while, but I hope this helped put all the pieces together of here's what's happening on the planetary grids with the maps, right? There's this big event that the Red White Dragons are trying to pull for 2012, and the Beloveds are asking us to be the ones to be the guardians of the Avias Temple, not temple, cathedral complex, because that has the ability to actually stop the splitting of the caduceus rod into the the red one and the green one. So we're being entrusted with it tonight. I will look at this. I'm going to have to take a few minute break because I get so tired sometimes that that it's really one thing to run the graphs and it's another to run techniques that look like this. This is scary, by the way. See this? Yeah. One part's Az's, one part's mine, and one part's new words we have to learn as commands, because they're teaching us new words to use in commanding the orbs once we bring them in. And this is part of learning to co-create with the elemental orbs from above. They will come if we ask them, and they will co-create with us as long as it's Christic. They won't help us create anything nasty, but they will help us create things that we desire to. Tonight, their purpose in coming is going to be we're actually going to help them to get enough momentum. First, bring them in, invite them in, and then help them get enough momentum so they can go off in a swarm to finish what we start with the activation of the watchtower. And that will spread through and give the call to the sentinels and to the lighthouses all over the planet. So that is the beginning of actually the whole Solomon shield activating, where it can hold the grids together if they start to separate. So it's a big event that we're getting into tonight. I think there's, let me see, there are two techniques that, this one was pretty easy. We're supposed to do these before we go out there. I will survive. When I get so tired at a certain point, it's like I really have to say that to me. I will survive. Croaking now is not an option. Falling asleep on my feet is not an option. I don't know. This one is really quick. I think we can do the first one without taking a break. Then we'll take a quick break. And the other one I can probably do out there, actually, once we're in form. Mm-hmm. Yeah, let me see if I can read my writing. This will be technique 4, side technique 4. It's called the personal carinadial conversion, where we're bringing the 3 atom sets in together. All right, the Beloveds are saying I will just run them all together as part of the outdoor one. They were going to do these indoors and then have us go outside, but they will just have us do these as part of the rest of the very long list of things that is going to be the event that those who would like to participate in are welcome to join us in doing. So we will take a break now, and yeah, we'll take how long do you want before? Because then we're going to assemble on the beach. Yeah. And do the, get in shouter position and start.
I want to do one thing before that.
Okay. You want to say something?
Yeah, I want to explain something. Yeah. Okay, guys. Since essentially we're going to go to the beach via toilet or room or whatever else, but reasonably quickly, I think it will save a lot of grief and time if I explain one particular thing. I don't have a circle. But let's just say the first thing we're going to do when we get to the beach is we're going to reconstruct the shadow that we've already used twice. So all that you're being asked to do is to get yourselves back in the positions you used 2 times over. All right? And the one thing I want to explain to you now, because it'll be a lot easier, is that we'll put it together the same way as we did. No, we put in the cardinal positions first, okay? And then we essentially put in the intermediate placeholders. So we've got 12 people prescribing the circle. Okay, so that's what I'm calling the placeholders. And then we put the 12 outer circles. We build them on the placeholders, yes? This is leading to the point. Because after the Shadra, there will be something else will happen, and then we'll have to change position. Right, and this is the part I want you to understand. We have 12 placeholders, and then we make the circles around them. The placeholders, and each person on either side of them, right, that makes 3 people, closest to the edge of the big circle, where the little circles go away from the edge. You understand what I'm saying? I want the remaining 9 to take 2 to 3 strides as a group. So if you say that the person touching the edge of the big circle is 12 and the opposite person is 6, all right? 6 needs to take a stride, and everyone else uses them as a placeholder, and they will form the arc of an outer circle. Do you understand what I'm saying? Can I put it another way? All right. So we're in the Shadra. We're one big circle with 12 little circles. What I'm trying to get you to understand is that the 3 people closest to the edge of the big circle stay where they are. The other 9 in every single circle of 12, they go and stand by where the opposite person would be from 12, 6. So on the little circles that sit on the edge of the big one, there is someone holding place on the edge of the big circle, call them 12, and their opposite number is 6, yeah? So that means that 8 people go and stand by number 6, separating out from the 3 closest to the big circle. All right? If you can get your head around that, we can do this really quickly and easily. Because we're going to create 2 concentric circles, essentially. I need to keep 3 in the position of the original big Shadra circle, and I need to send 9 away from those 3 people, a distance of, say, 9 or 12 feet. That's what we're going to achieve. And once we've got the people separated out, then we can then form the new outer circle, right? And the people that are in the little circles on the inside of the original Shadra, that's Ash and me and Mac and Curry and those people, we go and actually fill in on the inner circle where there are 3 people standing all the way around. And that's the way we can construct these 2 circles without a lot of fuss and shouting over the headsets and all the rest of it, which I totally hate, but sometimes is necessary. So I've tried to explain what I will be asking you to do. You know, I'll give you directions, I'll remind you, but that's essentially what we're going to do. When we go from the Shadra, do some other work in between, then go to the separation, create the 2 circles. That's when you'll need to get your swinging lights out. So when we do the separation at 2 circles, that's when we'll be getting ready to use the lights. So in the meantime, keep them tucked out of the way. We've had that problem all the way through. We've not had a perfect division by 12 at any time. And it hasn't limited what we've done at all. But thank you for pointing out. Okay, we'll see you down on the beach in, say, 15 minutes. No, we're going to the beach to do it. Yeah, everything. So we'll see you down there, let's say, not later than 10 after 3. Well, it's 10 before 3 now.
Hello, hello. Can people hear me? Yes, good. This is good. I'm just waiting for lights out now.
What's the floodlight?
Okay. I have to keep doing this so I don't yell at everybody.
Please, off.
Off, yes, please. Yeah. The better to see the orbs with, my dear. Yeah.
Every time I look up, I see a light bulb.
You see a light bulb? Right. Oh, it's not an orb, it's a light bulb. Right. Alrighty. Okay. Alrighty. There are several steps to what we're doing here this evening. First, I'd like to say the activation as far as the carinadial convergence is very quick, which is good. It's also the same process that once you do actually get through a first slide biologically, it would be the same type of process that you would use mentally to control the activation of the celestialine wave, basically, through the inner sun of Aquarion effect. So we're going to do this for the first time. That's only a couple little steps. What we'll do after that is actually the mindfulness technique number 6 that is meant as a homework assignment in a larger way, but we'll do it here first. And the first part of it is called the quick shift to the Shadi. You can go to the 4 level, which is the astral level, or to the 6 level, which has to do with the center of the soul self. So we will move. In this one, I'll see where they want it to go, because they titled it the Shadi 4 Astral, but I think they're going to go up to the 6th level for this application. For this particular one, it's a 6-step technique. There wasn't any time to write it down so we could get it printed for you, but we will when we get home within a couple of days of the workshop, before we have to be on a moving truck and all that stuff and going to Florida. We will get it typeset for you and send it out by internet so it's available to you, because it is something you'd use with the mindfulness technique number 6. The mindfulness 6 is about in one of the other ones, I forget which number it was, but it was called Clearing Space, where we learn to make space for contact and higher level perceptions in our mind. And this one is called Clearing Time, where you make time to have a relationship with that secondary, what is right now the secondary focus of attention in the Shadi states. Eventually, if you make appointments with yourself and with your Zayane and go into this state using this technique, and consider it serious, like you have an appointment somewhere, because that's what it is, eventually you'll find a space where both places are just as home focused as this one is right now. And it's from the Shadi places that you can literally direct manifest stuff here in this world, and where you can really tune into the eternal level of your consciousness. So this is a quick way to get there. We've done enough activations throughout this workshop where there's a lot of steps that can be sidestepped at this point, because the activations will just kick off in your shield. Once we get through this one, which will get us into, actually we do go up to the D6 Shadi space that corresponds to your transcendent full soul level self. After we do that, then we go into the Shadra experience. There are several stages to this. The first one is called Calling of the Avias Orbs, and it looks like even though we haven't called yet, they're already starting to come and visit us. This one is, let me see, I'm trying to read the micro scratch writing that I've got here. Okay, yeah. There's one I just noticed. There's several new sequences of words. They're actually the next level of requesting co-creation with the Avias elemental orbs from Median Earth. So we will be doing some different words for calling in the command. At some point, these will be published, but for now, we'll just use them. You don't have copies of these yet. They just gave them. And the first one's going to come through live, they said. So just kind of like, I'll repeat it and just repeat it after me. But there are things we're supposed to say out loud at this point in this one. The second thing we'll do is we're going to do a quick journey to pick up Net Earth's Rashapata Ur, 3 little atoms that are right now, we brought them over to the Kitsuke Aggregate 13, and we're now going to move them up to the watchtower at Pine Island in Florida. And what that will do is it will activate the Avaya shield of the host of the watchtower. after we do that, then we're going to get into some interesting things where at that point we stand up and begin the circling, which begins the process of creating a spinning shield that will assist the elementals in gaining momentum and replicating their quantum to go do the job that they're here to do on behalf of the Christ mission from Median Earth, which is they will be with us for a while. They will give us a time where if you want to take some photos, you might get some good ones. They'll work with the atmospheric conditions and try to make themselves visible. And at a certain point, we will use the light sticks. We'll stop walking in a large circle and we'll stand still and use the light sticks at that point to actually set the geomancies in the air that the elementals will follow. They'll actually stick to the light sticks and stuff temporarily and pick up the coding of the shapes we're making. So this is a chakra that will end up with standing as opposed to laying down, and there will be a point where while we're standing after we do the light, before we do the light sticks, we'll kind of do just a little bit of gentle circling, standing in place but kind of like spinning around a little bit, and having our hands in the air and actually feeling them and trying to feel the orbs that will be around us.
We won't be lying down again after that.
Yeah.
Stand up, will we?
Yeah, and once we stand up,
you get the towels out of the way.
Yeah, we'll just get the towels out of the way, just kind of chuck them off to the side when we form the two circles, because we won't be laying down again after that. And once we get done with the light sticks and such, and there's command tones that we're going to be actually chanting as we do. These are command tones that allow for the opening of our fields to the median earth level at a much wider level that allows more of an influx of the elemental orbs to come through. So we're going to build a whole sea of them, billions of them are going to come in the center. And at the end of this, we're going to help them with the motions of the shield of doing the circles, walking around in circles with the shield. We're going to assist them in what's called swarming, where they're able to create a very large vortex, and then they're going to, right before that, they're going to give us photo op now or never, because then they're going to fly up in the air and actually head over to the watchtower and they're going to give the call, the final call, and set the whole network into motion. So by the time we're done here, the Shield of Solomon will be fully activated, and we will also have a moment to experience a flash where we get our first dose of a little burst of celestaline wave that moves through us, and that's when our unigenetic overlay will actually flash on. So if you're just standing there and doing your thing, and you see somebody seems to just all of a sudden just flash, and it's they glowed blue for aqua blue for a second, or their eyes did something funny that looked like light shot out of them, that is what you're seeing. It is that point. So if that happens, don't let it scare you. It's normal. So I guess we'll get going while we're all still somewhat awake. Okay, the first step is Technique 4, Side Technique 4, Personal Carinadial Conversion. Alrighty, they're asking us to first inhale and hold. And as you hold, draw up the 3 Pata atom clusters from the Yumbi, the Azure, and the Rajna, and draw them into your carinadial seal, the lotus, crystal lotus in the center of your carinadial seal, which is called the Aveus point. You can hold a moment again, and now we're going to exhale and exhale. And use the exhale to send a spark of aqua water as you're exhaling. A spark of aqua water from your Azure water seed is going downward into the carinadial seal. And now just breathe normally and observe that the 3 Pata atoms actually do a starburst, and you might feel a little heat rush in the area of the carinadial seal. Because they do a little starburst to become the inner sun of Aquarion, which is a living median earth atom, the first full median earth atom in our bodies. once this inner sun of Quarion is activated, now we can go into the set of things that will culminate in activation of our unigenetic underlay, also opening of our Rasha door, and taking that into calling in the orbs and the orb dance that we are going to do after that. So in order to get into the space of consciousness to do the calling of the elementals of Median Earth, we're going to use that technique that is it's 6 steps. It's the quick entry to the Shadi state. And again, we will, as we have before, once we get into the Shadi state, we will meet with our Zayane attendant person, and we'll take it from there as we're guided as we go. So the next step is, to inhale and hold, and create an image of your bilocate mini-me, and have it face up on the crystal lotus that's in the Abeyas point in your carinadial seal. So inhale and hold, and imagine your mini-me there. And imagine it laying on top of the lotus. Now exhale forcefully, using the exhale to push your mini-me bilocate directly, horizontally, out the top of your head. And into your transcendental passage that is, actually, if you were sitting up, it would be coming out your back, but so you would do it out your back, yeah. But because they're laying down, we'll do it out the top of their heads. And sense your mini-me as it's feeling and passing through a resistance veil as it moves out, outward past the top of your head. Feel the resistance veil that is between your density 1 probable self and your density 1 God self. And now 3. Saying breathe normally and feel yourself in your I am God self space. Try to tune into the feeling of your mini-me, and it is in the I am God self space now. That is the review space that if you were to leave body, it's also a space you tend to incarnate from, whereas before you're tethered into the body, where you can look at the reality of this life and observe it from a bit more of a calm and eternal perspective. Try to sense that perspective there. This is the consciousness state of the God Self, I am God Self state, that is your Buddha One center. And now we're going to move past that, and we're going to move toward the D6 Shadi Buddha 2 state. Step 4 is inhale and hold. And then exhale, using the exhale to push your mini-me 1 step further back. Moving from your density 1, I am God Self space, into your density 2, I am Soul transcendent self space. Once arriving, and you can breathe normally now, once arriving at this I am Soul Self, Shadi plane of D6 Shadi, kind of settle in. Try to feel your consciousness up there. Remember, all the Shadi spaces have that characteristic deep dark blue velvet space all around you with a simple translucent white ghost plane that you can sit on or lay on. Try to feel the reality of your consciousness in that state, in that place. In this place, again, your Zayane attendant will meet you, and it will appear first as an orb of light that comes before you. So imagine that you are in the Shadi place of D6, the I am Soul Self, and imagine you're standing on what's almost like a floating iceberg, just hanging in amazing blue, deep blue space. And a light is coming towards you, a little orb light. And this one, as it gets closer to you, it's a bit bigger. It's not as big as a basketball, but it's about not quite as big as a pie plate type effect, a dinner plate, pie plate. It's a rather large orb, and it has the violet blue tint, which indicates it is from at least from density 3, if not as Zion directly. Try to sense the presence of this orb person in your mini-me as it comes and just hovers over you, saying, kind of like saying, hello, I'm here. Can you recognize me in this form? It is the same Zion that you were dealing with from the other techniques and has been hanging out with you for the last few days. Try to sense, too, with your physical body, the projection of this Zion, because it will do the same movement here. Try to sense it right up above your head, right over your head. But not above your head, but like right over your face, where it's like looking you in the face and you can look at it. Try to sense the presence of the projection orb there. Remember, we look like orbs too when we enter certain reality fields in projection. Now, this is the space that you would go into when you're working with your own clearing space technique 6 at home, where you would do these steps and get into this place where you were with your Zion, and you could bring any questions you had to this space. You could ask for assistance in resolving any conflicts with people that you know in your life, or resolving situations involving money or anything else in the Christic way. This is the place where you can go to have those conversations with a well-trusted and well-qualified advisor. Now, it doesn't mean that we're still not responsible, however, for making sure it is our advisor we're talking to. So always keep the red line and the green line awareness there and put it all in file 13, which means suspend action on if you find you're getting direct communication with your Zion, you probably are. But you never know what is in your field at any given time. So double check it. Don't just go act, because it says to do something. Let it test itself out. It doesn't mind you testing it that way. Any guardian being would respect you very much for doing that and have not a problem with it. So try to feel yourself in this space. Try to move your awareness now from your physical body and literally at the top of your head, and take more of your consciousness out through the transcendental passage to join up with your mini-me. There's going to be a point in a few seconds where a transmission is going to be given by the beloveds from the cathedral, the Abios Cathedral on Median Earth. It's a transmission that is meant to allow us to be able to pass on the codes to the elementals once they get here, that are the unlock the grid's codes for the watchtower setup, because all of us have part of the codes, but none of us have all of them. It was done that way for protection. So we're going to be given the codes, a piece of each of us will be given a piece of those codes. It will be passed on to our Zion. So try to imagine yourself still in the Shadi space and with your Zion orb friend there, and your Zion is going to materialize now into full shape and form. And again, he's going to touch palms with you, so you can put your palms up and try to feel the presence of your Zion attendant. And if you want to receive this transmission of codes, then simply give the conscious telepathic agreement that yes, please, I would like them. And if you agree to do that, in your right hand, you'll receive a stream of what look like aqua crystals, being kind of put in a ball in your palm, not put in your chakra in your palm, just collecting as a ball in your palm. It's being transmitted directly from your Zion. From this space, we could also begin the process of calling of the Aveyas orbs. The first way we will do that is imagine your mini-me laying on its back now in that Shadi 6 level, the I Am Soul space. And there's going to be a word sequence that it isn't even written down yet. It's going to come through live. That we're just to say it 3 times is the beginning of a sentence that actually gives the commands to the element level of consciousness that is willing to co-create with us. Okay, so the words are Abute, Inta, Eshu. And 2 more times. Abute, Inta, Eshu. And Abute, Inta, Eshu. Good. Now, we're going to do a bit of the grid work part, as opposed to the just personal part. We're going to do a very rapid pick up and drop off of the net earth, Rashapata Ur atom that we had brought over from Corral by way of Phoenix and put in the kit grids. We're now just going to simply project ourselves down into the Shala 13, Ajit Shala 13 gate, which is the kit's gate. We're going to retrieve this energy, and we're going to project really quickly up to the Watchtower, Florida location and do an atom drop and leave the atom there. Now, we've called in the orbs. They haven't started coming quite yet, though. But they will. There's been a few monitoring ones around the whole time, by the way. Now, when we do this journey to bring the Pata Ur, Rashapata Ur, over to net earth, when we begin this is when they're going to begin bringing into the Shadi space, literally filling it with many, many, many orbs of the elemental kind. You'll also see some orbs of the monitoring and director types, which are the Aquafairy, which are the little yellowy green orbs, and then the bigger orbs that go with the Zionite, that are the violet blue ones. So they're going to be coming in as we proceed with this. Try to feel them coming in, though. They're already starting around your entire mini-me where it's stationed in the Shadi plane. And now try to feel the sense of the orbs coming in, almost as if they're popping out of your skin, and they're coming around and swarming gently around your body, but they're actually coming through your body. Because they're an extra part, actually. We're calling in the elementals that belong to us personally, as far as whose encryptions fit with us. So it's a part of our own consciousness that exists in elemental form in the median earth planes. Now, we're getting to the point where we're going to be asked to do the stand-up part. And then while we're standing up and walking in circles, there's another set of command tones to bring in many, many more orbs. So, for the moment, they're saying, actually just leave your mini-me in the Shadi space. There's going to be a time during this where your mini-me will come back on its own, and those of you who are at the Sliders 2 workshop who had your bilokit go into projection into the density 2, into median earth, the kivas and things, you will get that part of yourself back with this evening too, with the influx of frequency that is going to be coming in. So we will get ourselves back together. We don't have to focus on that. We can focus on the actions that is being asked of us. But try to feel a sense of the orbs around you, even though you can't see them. Try to sense them there around your physical body too. And take your attention away from the mini-me now, and just feel the infusion that seems to be coming right out of you of the elemental orbs. At this point, they're going to continue. Every time you breathe, they will actually make more of themselves come out and hang out in a cloud around your body. And we're getting ready to do the stand-up part now. And this is where it gets dynamic, and we're not going to be laying down again until we're done. We're going to go into the active part of calling of the orbs. And when we do this, there will literally be a point where when we begin to do the circles, as we're standing and walking actually in a large circle, there'll be a point when the beloveds call it that the whole thing generates enough frequency to spark, and it will begin the process of activating the full Solomon shield grids, as well as the watchtower and the sentinels and the lighthouses. So if we could stand up now and throw our towels out to the sides, actually, this is where we find out who fell asleep. Yeah. If you did, it's okay. I understand. I wish I were there too. But it's also lovely to be here with you lovely people and the orbs.
People on the inside, leave the towels tucked in the middle, towards the middle. People on the outside, so tuck those way out and out of the way. There should be 4 of those, by the way.
Uh-oh. Oh, thank you. There's some. This is going to be interesting. Getting in these positions.
Can you do that now, please? Yep. Now then, I'm leaving all of you on the outer circle to start getting yourselves organized, all right? Please. Now I'm speaking only to the 3 circles in the very center, and I would like you people to go and join the 3s that have remained on the inside and start working on creating your own full inner circle. So you now have to go and join the group of 3 and space yourselves out so we finish up with an inner circle and an outer circle. Can you do that now? Okay. Now, unfortunately, the white poles are going to create some difficulty. And you're all a little closer together than it's going to be safe when you start swinging your lights. And we're a bit hemmed in by the beach huts, and the poles are causing a problem. So I can't really ask you to move in any new place that's going to create a safer situation. But the inner circle does need to, everybody needs to take one stride backwards. And you've still got towels on the floor, which is creating danger. You don't need those there. Chuck them into the middle, please. That's enough as long as it's out from under your feet. I don't want any of it to hurt you.
Since everybody has to be so squashed together, we would just keep
Yes,
fair.
absolutely.
Just hold.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And if they really need to let it go, tap
Yeah.
but back off with distance. Yes. This looks a little bit like this.
Where did you put the flashlight? Oh, you got it. Check it. That's good stuff. Before... Gotta move that here. We're talking about moving that in, please.
Yeah, so we have to vote.
Inwards, into the middle. Towards the middle, not all the way in, but just out of the way of people's toes.
Yeah.
Look at that. Can you tidy that up down there, please? Look at it. Look. That's going to cause trouble. Can you do something about that, please, between you?
That pile?
Yeah.
Oh, it's a whole pile. Just leave it be. It's too much.
Just
Let it be a pile.
Just move it back a little bit. That'll be fine.
Yeah,
That's it.
move it back.
That's all we needed to do with it.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's great.
Yeah.
Now, this final point about safety. The outer ring looks really, really very tight, and the inner ring isn't much looser either. So, we're both going to suggest, in fact, the beloved is suggesting that you work largely by holding the stem of the light, and that the amount of swinging that goes on in such cramped circumstances really needs to be kept to a minimum. There just isn't the room to do it safely. I'm sorry to have to say so. But the last thing we want to do is to hurt each other and fail to accomplish what we're here to do. And what we're here to do is far more important than our first preferences about swinging lights on the end of a string. I hope you agree with that. Now, the outer circle is counterclockwise, right? Clockwise. Right. Now then, we're going to start moving. The outer circle rotates clockwise. That's that direction. Okay? And the inner circle rotates counterclockwise. I'm going to hand them over to you now.
Okay.
Alright. So can you begin the rotation now? Outer circle rotates, inner circle counterclockwise, and Ashley's going to pick up from here. Moving now, please. Nice and steady.
Alrighty, can y'all hear me? Good. Okay. Now, what the... Yeah, I will need some light. Okay, great. Okay, what we're going to do, what this is about, first, we are creating actually a spinning shield. All right, keep moving. Keep. The idea is to actually keep moving. The inside one going counterclockwise, the outside one clockwise, right? And you can move a little bit faster, like try to make them move as if your wheels, right? You can spread out a little if you can, if it's too close together where there's no room to move. They're doing all right. They're doing all right. Also, if anybody feels the real need to like swing the strings a lot, you can, if you want, go into what's called a sentinel position, where you back off from the group and where you have room to swing, where you're not going to hit anybody. If you want to do that, you can. But please, a lot of people, please stay in the rotations, because the rotations are actually setting in motion a shield right underneath the sand that the elementals and the orbs will be able to use for acceleration. So if we keep it moving, we've got to get it moving a bit more. And as we move, we're supposed to do the calling of the orb tones. They are new ones. And we're supposed to use it as a chant and literally get it going almost like music. The words are simple. It's a command request, which means it's inviting them in and actually opening the portals so they can come in. It's the words are, I'll say the whole thing first, and then we can go through it together. Ateta Osha Naveta. And as we, Ateta Osha Naveta. 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 Keep going just a little bit more and keep moving while you're doing it. The movement is important. You're keeping the shield spinning. Atete Osha Naveta, 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 Atete Osha Naveta. Keep going. As you do this, they are coming in. Keep going. They are actually starting to come in, bunches of them. Many, many bunches. Atete Osha Naveta, Atete Osha Naveta, Atete Osha Naveta, Atete Osha Naveta, Atete Osha Naveta. Outer circle, keep moving, outer circle, come on. Atete Osha Naveta, 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 Atete Osha Naveta. Atete Osha Naveta, Atete Osha Naveta, Atete Osha Naveta, Atete Osha Naveta, Atete Osha Naveta. Alrighty. Now we can stand still. We can stop the motion and just hold still, right where we are. And now there's what is called the closing command. That's called the come here command, which is Kumsa Evo Avia Sa. 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 And now it's time for the Derek Pendleton music. The Derek Pendleton music. And that's coming through the speakers so I can still talk with them over the headsets. Now it's the light sticks time. No? No, can we do music time now? Thank you. And now I've got to do this part. Help me. Help me. Sorry. Okay, 2 times through. Yeah. Needs to be loud enough where you can hear it good. If it's on, it's hardly even hearable. Is it on? There you go. Okay. We start with a It's this one. We're ushering him in first. Ushering him in first. Following the movements. Switch rotation the other way. Whoops. And go to vertical on the sides. 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 Vertical on the side. Side. You're in the air. Side. On your side. No, you're not. You're in your front. There you go. That's the side. Maya Fantasy, Aniyashi Hara, Maya Fantasy, Umaya Sayina. Ouch. Okay, now go from the verticals, bringing them up over the head to the horizontals, right? Oop, oop. Hey. Yeah. Now let's bring them down to figure eights on the side. Ouch. Ouch. See a bit of a breather. So slower this next one. Okay, this one we'll do on your late. Okay. These are, you know what? For this song, we'll do just freestyle, whatever you feel like moving, whatever gymnastics you want to make in the air. And then when we go to the next song, we'll pick up on the flames, the areas, ideas. Okay, now, neat. Now, back to what we're starting with. Need light. I get light. Okay. Oh, this is the windshield wipers over your head effect. Right. This is better off just holding them in your hands for these. Yep. It's almost like we're ushering them in, right? Like we're on the airfield. Come on down, guys. Come on down. It's a day, je sais où est allé. Et tu étais qui chez nous et n'a chalé. Ich matare und te dorete. Sonare te chadore. Sometimes. And once we catch our breath, they do last for 2 times through. just twice. Then we get to rest and do photo walk. See if we can come in doing photo when they have for us. We do the clockwise walk, and I do the clock. They want us to do the walk in the middle where the should spin faster while we're spinning, right? But you go clockwise, I go counterclockwise, right? Right? Yeah. Yeah. You're on that one. If you can get your feet involved in the process too, that's good. Switch one down. See, voice, whatever feels like it wants to move. Just invite him in. Come on, ladies, we love you. Maybe do it right now. There you go. I got stuck together. Still am. Hey, the metal pieces hit together. How did that happen? No, it's alright. I'll get.
There are places you can go where the dreams you one day know are free.
I'll be alright. That's alright. I got them. Thanks. I got them. Thank you, Rose. Just imagine that there is no strings and this is energy coming out of your own hands. Just imagine that. The orbs are starting to collect around them, they're actually starting to circle with them.
That's
Let's make this one a good bouncy one. This last one. Get the bounce involved with your body. Excellent, guys. Okay, now I'm dizzy from that. I'm tripping over this circle, which coming down from the thing on it. Now, where are we? Oh dear. This is all my paperwork. Yes. Yeah, I was right, rave. Okay, now. Good. Okay, now. Alrighty, now they're saying, let's have us sit down where we are in our spots. And before it's time for the send-off, because we've given them enough momentum, where they're going to do the swarm thing, and they're going to go over to the watchtower and take it from there, because they know what to do with the IBS shields. But try to feel the presence around first. If you want to take photographs into the air to see if you pick up orbs, they're going to try to show. And they also said you can look for almost like a silvery twinkle in the air just before they come in. You can particularly see if there's like a little bit of like flash, the flash goes on. They said it would be interesting too to just kind of like take a camera, I don't have mine with me, or do it, and just click and go around the group like this, because there are ones that you literally can see them on people's shoulders and things, and the camera might pick those up. But try to feel the presence of not just the elemental orbs, but also of your Psione. And we also have an influx. Oh, this just started to come. They're coming up out of the ground. Cool. We've got the little Aquafari and the little yellow and greenish colored orbs. They're smaller, but they're starting to fill the area here inside the circle. Okay, they're asking us to try this one thing. It's called orb dancing. It's part of elemental command, actually. It's like a love affair with a source, where you move with them. And this is how things are actually created on Median Earth, where you can get them to like build stuff, like selenite houses and things, by the movements, the living movements. So they're saying, if we could just stand. Again, we're having a stand, sorry. First, just feel the presence of the wind, but lift your hands up. Imagine you from the old times when we actually knew elemental command. And we would call them in with a greeting and sending great love to them and thanking them for coming. And you could feel them swarming in the air around you, and you could pet them and they would pet you back. Try to feel the presence of them. Try to feel the motions they're actually setting around you and express the waves they're actually setting. It'll help to bring in a stronger rapport with them. When you put your arms out, feel them actually become covered in these lovely, beautiful gossamer orbs, and your fingers. They're telepathic to me that they miss the old days with us when we used to co-create together, and they used to dance with us and we with them, and we would actually make stuff happen that way, manifest things by the movements, and there are specific dances for certain types of manifestations. They miss the times when we knew how to move our bodies and move with them. They're looking forward to the reunion and the communion that we will again share as we learn elemental command. The beloveds have numerous levels. Whoa, okay. We just got about a stack of councils way up into the clouds level. It's our guys' councils, but from various different places. They're sending a thank you to all of us for participating in this, because we are the only ground team left. We're kind of like Salvage Island all over again. In a moment, they're going to send off the the orbs to over to Pine Island, over to the watchtower. Now there is a way. They want me to do this. I'll probably trip over myself in this skirt, but they want me to remind you. I'm gonna have to hike this up a bit because I can't move my ankles very far apart with it. There we go. That's gonna be hard to do with my arms in the air, though. Excuse me a minute. I'm trying to get less discombobulated. There we go. Let's try that. I think. All right. I'm not indecent, am I, anywhere? No. Okay. There was a time when they would swarm with us, and we would know each other by direct cognition, where there was no need for words in between, and you would simply move, and if they wanted some assistance in swarming, you would just call in the swarm, and you would do the Merkaba dance, and they would swarm with you, and you would create a vortex of them around you, and they'd be all around you. I'm going to do this only till I get dizzy, which is now. Right there. Right. And it actually sets them in motion. When we set the two moving circles, they were quite slow, but they set enough momentum where they could start a base spin. Because what they're going to do is they're going to amplify now. They've taken the codes of movements that we have brought with the lights, and they're going to swarm. See if you can feel. Again, they say if you want to sit down, if you want to stand, you can. But they're about to swarm up, and they're going to be inside the circle, like in the inside of the perimeter of the circle, and they're going to start by just being on the ground level and moving, and then picking up speed as they move, and then they're going to start to pick up height a bit, and then they'll be up about waist high, and then they'll be up about neck high, and then they're going to get really fast by the time they're up at our head height about. And then they're going to really take off and go up and literally flying up into the air as this swarm that will look like a vortex, literally like a tornado-shaped vortex, but made of orbs. And then they'll go streaking through the sky, like as if they were, you know how birds look when they're flying south for the winter kind of thing, that effect. So they're going to take off that way. And just try to perceive it. You can sit or stand, whatever makes you comfortable. But try to join in with them. And they're saying one more thing about photo potential. They're saying that they would like to be able to give everyone whatever proof they need to understand that these things are indeed real. And sometimes that is easier to do than others. Tonight is not a bad night, they said. You should have some interesting things to look at and review when looking back at pictures and tapes and things, is what they're saying. They're getting ready to swarm up. They're still about as tall as we are standing. Try to feel them. A few of them are actually coming in around the people. When you put your arms up, it is an invitation to them. And they're almost like birds that come and sit on your shoulders and your arms and things. But they bring such a loving presence, a healing presence. By the fact that we facilitated them this evening and facilitated this planet in getting the cathedral complex activated in the name of the Christ, there's a huge amount of gratitude from all of the Christics everywhere for this. And there's a huge amount of healing that we've been actually given as they move through us, because we actually allowed them to, we invited them to come through our own fields, and we opened the gates for them to do that. And they will go off and finish the mission that we started. But they want us to know that they will come back and assist us. So not only do you have your attendant person that is the Zione, but also you can call in the swarm anytime you need assistance, and they will be glad to assist too. And the assistance is more of a reassurance, because they know you are the one that have the power, just like they know themselves as having the power. But sometimes camaraderie can be very comforting, is what they're saying. And anytime you would like to commune with them, go into the Unshadi space that we just entered. And that quick one, we'll have that, we'll get that technique out for you on the internet thing, so you can print a copy. But the more you commit to meeting them in that space, the more they will commit to being there to meet, and the more you will get used to having more than one channel of perception, because we're like stuck on the same TV channel down here. And these techniques we're learning now are meant to help us turn away from that one and look at some other ones, and then be able to turn back. And eventually both states become the home state, and that's what we're aiming for. So we thank you very much for participating in this Chandra Spend. We thank you for a lovely 10 days with us. And we hope you've enjoyed it and have gotten something valuable for yourselves and your personal growth out of this workshop. And we also wish you a very safe and happy trip home. And as far as the orb photos, I know that they're setting something up about that, where anybody that wants to put their orb photos in, so we can actually just get an idea of how many people did have orbs, what type of orbs. You can submit them to, where is it?
Noel and Rosa.
We'll put it out on the e-group where you can send them to, and it will be, they'll be yours. They'll be copyright yours. With you just send your name and all that stuff. We're not going to use them without your permission, but we're just curious too about how many people. We haven't had a chance to talk to this many people at once, but I've seen cameras all over the place with orb pictures on them. It ought to be interesting to see what that looks like as a study of a group of people who did techniques and called in orbs, and they really came, which is kind of interesting when you think about it. So the activations we've talked about are in motion now. The flash on didn't happen yet, though. There's going to be a flash, and it might be after we break up, where, like the group breaks up, but where you actually get, it feels like a puff of energy that flashes through your body, almost as if you turned aqua blue for a second, and your eyes would flash at that moment too. That's when the unigenetic overlay actually activates and begins the processes. We took it to step 10. You have in your chart packs the description of what the dynamics of slide are, so you can see where taking it to step 10 has got us. Our orbs are our own fire orbs, aqua fire orbs, are lighting, and they kind of do it in kind of slow motion, so they're in the process of doing that now. So you'll go home with these activations, and it's the beginning of a really wonderful journey, actually. And I'll just stop babbling and say goodnight, I suppose, and have a very, very good time home, trip home. Thank you. You're a lovely group of people. Thank you so much.
Can you ask the group to where the towel drop-off point is?
Okay. Dara would like you to please leave the transmitters up with her where the towel drop-off point is. All right, so up there where you drop off the towels. We're also going to be, picking up the transmitters, the headpieces. Okay. Am I done? I think I'm done. Good night, everybody. Bye for now.
Where anyone who, in this context of physical challenge, difficulty, anything like that, which we're asking you to avoid, the adaptives will be a session in which we can work a little more closely with people and make suggestions about how they move through the introductory phases of beginning to address some of the physical challenges that may exist. So we'll be able to make specific individual suggestions about how progress can begin and how progress can continue. Because dealing with such a large group like this, it's very difficult to get that close. So the adaptives will be a stage during the end of the program where we can pay attention to those things. Okay? No.
Today, they're at the end after we get through, where we get the top part on one day, the middle part, the next day, the bottom part, and then it'll be the adaptives from the session. Right, so it's not today. We're going to be doing adaptives. Any postures you have a hard time with, that's all right. Don't push yourself into them today. And same with any of the ones that we teach, for the next couple of days. There will be an adaptive day where we work with two versions of adaptives. One, how to make them easier until you build core strength, and two, how to make them harder if you're already there. Okay, so that's how
Connie, it was me that had the curry last night. Now then, the logos as were an interesting subject-specific development out of yoga, as is obvious, with certain points of focus, especially into breathing. In the last year, many of you know that I've dealt with an interesting challenge relating to the kill code on the one hand and actually thermal rewiring on the other, which has meant that my physical mobility has been seriously, or have been seriously arrested. And during the course of the recovery, particularly in the last several weeks, I've come to develop a much deeper understanding of some of the things that we were beginning to talk about when the logos were first introduced. And I think, if anything, I've come to appreciate much more deeply the relationship between the breath, the flows, or the channels of energetic circulation, and the physical postures. And it leads me to say that whilst we're going to assume certain bodily positions, my personal understanding now is that the breath and the way we use the breath in a number of ways is, if I have to choose between them, much more vital. So what I'm actually suggesting to you is that in the course of this morning's session, you will find me talking more about the breath and how we use it than I will be about any kind of physical extension, but simply how you present the physical self in a way where you allow the body to open and you don't push it in any direction anyway. There are only a couple of positions in the low dhyanas where there is, let's say, any kind of muscular effort. There are just a couple of postures where you have to be working a little differently. For the most part, 10 of the postures are simply where you allow the body to unwind, where you allow the channels to open, and whereby by using directed, focused breath, you can actually work with the parts of the body that either are the object of localized healing, whether there's a little bit of blockage, whether there's a little bit of resistance or tension, where the Jaush is talking back at you, essentially. Okay? Now, talking about that leads me to provide you all with a personal update of the things we do during a low dhyana session. I thought for some time about whether I should update the Lotus Touch Quickfire component in the text. And I realized that if I did do that, and I brought it up to the level that you're working at now, then those people coming into the work, those people at the intermediate stages of involvement, wouldn't really understand the significance. They could parrot the things that we would be giving them as instruction, but they wouldn't really understand. So in short, I decided to leave the text as it was, and to talk to you just a little bit about the opportunities that have arisen naturally through progression of the work. Now, aside from the fact that I choose, and you can choose, to open your yoga session any way you would like to, I don't ever begin a session without a rather private and personal recital of the Mahabharata completely, or a kind of a short form dialogue. And the reason I do that is because personally I find it brings me into focus and it provides a perspective of what it is I'm doing. It may appear superficially that I'm doing something for me, but my perspective is that I'm doing as much as I can for all. And so there is a respectful recital that occurs between me and Source, in which I set the framework for the work that I'm about to do. Now from that point, what happens in terms of creating focus, using a breathing mantra, using a counting mechanism, we work with Rasha Ira on the inhale, Christ thou now on the exhale. So all of the breathing patterns are attended with Rasha Ira, inhale, Christ thou now, and Rasha Ira, Christ thou now counts as one. So if you're working with any of those games people play kinds of ideas, you can say, well, here's the posture that tends to provide me with difficulty. I'm going to do a count of 3, and then come back to start position and go back and do another 3. or if you're more supple or you're more familiar with it, you can be working at the level of 12s, rounds of 12s or rounds of 24. Okay? So by working in this way, what you begin to do is to engage the brain in a game which tends to keep it out of your face. And much more importantly, it provides you with a conscious, critically oriented point of attention. And thirdly, by utilizing that as a mantra, you are clearing, expanding, activating, amping, any of those sorts of words. All right? Before each movement, between each movement, and to close the movement, I would suggest to use the amping technique, the clap, and at least the power of 12, or the Jan tu Etter Due each time. So before you begin the first posture, if you work, I won't do this all the time for the sake of time, but if we start in the first posture, we just go, and then really very quick, and then you go into the posture. At the end of the posture and before the next one, you do exactly the same thing. Okay. Now that what I've just done is I've just rewritten the side notes for how we work with the logos. Okay. So apart from the punctuation marks, then all of the breathing is attended with Rashadira. That's done now. Okay. I think, let me just check my YouTube. I think I'm right. Okay, so if you prepare yourself for posture 1. If you'd like, I will just work my way through it before you do anything, and then I can watch you a little bit if I notice something I'll make some comment. So on the first posture, any of the standing ones, it's important to pay attention to the foot position, and you just, if you need to, if you're not familiar with any of it, you just work your body a little bit until you can feel that the balances that are running through the body in preparation feel as if your feet are pointed in a counter position, not rigidly straight so that you're twisting your big toe in or anything like that. Just plant your body down and you know that you're in the correct area, and any small adjustments you need to make during the movement you do. Now with this one, like the majority of them, it's a case of my head has a weight. Your head has a weight. And you begin by just dropping your head, allowing its own weight to fall forward so that your chin is coming onto the just above the azure, and you just bend your knees slightly. And having reached this position, and this is all going more slowly than it would normally do, you just allow the upper body to begin to fall forward. Don't push it. Just fall forward, and at this point, you'd already be using Rashadira Hasta now on the breath. Okay? As the body just begins to respond to its own weight, there's no pushing involved. You just allow with the knees slightly bent, just to let the body open slowly in its own time. No need to push anything. Just let the body open like that. Okay? So if you stand upright for a second. Okay? And head down, slightly bent. Your arms just literally hang from their sockets. Just let the body unroll down slowly, no pushing, no pushing. Just let it unwind. That's it. Now as you're going down, just pay attention on the breath to those parts of you that are feeling a little bit tight. Don't push through it. Just be patient. The body will actually unwind a lot of this stuff all on its own. And just let the whole thing continue to unfold until or if your knuckles can just caress the sand in front of you. Don't push down. Don't push down. And return return to the start position. And when I'm working this posture, I start the Rasha Era quite down now at the time that I drop my head. But I don't start the count, and I will assume the posture for a minimum count of 24. So when I'm down here like this, I will actually set around the 24 breaths. And in that particular position, I'm bringing my attention much more closely to the areas of my body that are holding tension. And when I'm down there, I'm directing the breath and the command tone into the areas that are tight. I'm dealing with the Jarosh. If the Jarosh is trying to get on the pitch and saying, oh, that feels too tight, oh, I don't want to stay down here that long, you make a choice about whether you kind of push into a place that is hurting you rather than healing you, and you come out of that. You don't keep yourself in that location for that. Right? So, posture 2. You need to adjust your legs just a little bit, slightly wider stance for this one, just slightly. Whoops, wait. Now here, as gracefully as you can, don't worry if you wobble a little bit, but you use the action of the arms to bring the body down into a position where you're looking back up at the upward pointing arm, keep your legs straight. Now you'll find this be pulling on the inside of your thighs and your hamstrings and behind your knees. So just let the arm running down the calf, just let that hang, even if the knee level, if you can't get beyond it. Just again, allow the natural relationships of the weight in the body just to move itself into a position, its own starting position. And if there's any undue stiffness, just be patient and allow the body to respond to the invitation to assume what appears to be perhaps an advanced posture when you look at the photographs on the cheat sheets. Now at this point you're breathing again, rather like posture 1. You'll be using the Rasha Era Kaistan now on the way into position, but you make a deal with yourself that when you get to the maximum extension you feel you're capable of, you will hold it just for say 3 or 6 breaths to begin with. If you have any kind of particular stiffness or tightness, you won't say, regardless of your condition, I am going to do 24 when I get there, or I'm going to do 40 when I get there, because you know what you're doing. You're feeding the Jarosh, not the Jari. You're giving the Jarash all the reasons and the arguments why, when you think about coming out through your session tomorrow, you don't really want to do it. You're going, nah, don't want to go there because it hurt yesterday. The idea is to support the Jari and its commitment to what they've done. Okay? Now the third one looks very simple. What, beloved? You're okay. Okay. Ashley's telling me I'm only doing half a job. So then, you don't need to do the clap again because you're still in the one action now. So you reverse sides of the body, go back to the start position. Again, allow the body weight and the movement to be as graceful as you can. Rasha Era Kaistan now as you go down and in. Just letting the weight move down your calf. Pay attention to the upper shoulder. Don't push, but try and move your arm up into a vertical position as best you can. Plenty of room for improvement and development over time, not a worry right now. And when you've reached whatever feels like a comfortable degree of extension, just do whatever feels appropriate to you. There is no Mr. or Mrs. Perfection in this. 3 rounds of Rasha Era, 6 rounds, whatever. But in that curious little space, that little battleground between the Jarosh and the Jari, try and choose a number that is possibly 1 or 2 breaths beyond the point, beyond your comfort level, without pushing yourself through any pain barriers. But remember that the games exist, and what you want to do is to make slow, steady, persistent progress. in what you're doing. Okay. Yes. Yes. Yeah. The question was, can we start with either side of the body? Can we rotate the body this way or that way? And the answer is yes, you can do it whichever way. It feels natural. So, if you just stand for a minute, can you cut it up? I can't hear. Okay, maybe I didn't spend enough time talking about this. At the point earlier, I said, for example, that the minute that I drop my head and allow the body weight to unfold my stiff and horizontal back, I start to use the Rasha Irakrai style, but personally choose instead to wait to do my count in the posture when I'm in it, when I'm fully in it. So you see, the thing is that by using Rasha Irakrai style now, you're beginning to focus and work on the energetic channels, the spins and flows. The minute you start to engage that, you're amping that process. But in terms of setting yourself a realizable target, I refer to doing a 24 breath count personally, whereas yours may be 3, 6, 12 or whatever. And it's just something I decided to do. This is not a directive. This is not an absolute thing. The purpose of having a relationship with this stuff is that you can actually choose combinations by using the ingredients that suit your circumstance. Okay? And the last point I was making was to remember the game, the polarization game, where the breath count that you set for yourself, don't use a breath count the first time you work with this. Get your body in the position, understand what it's saying to you, and between you and it, come to a decision. It thinks it can only do 4. You do a deal and say, okay, we'll work on 6, fine, because you're just trying to move it a couple of breaths beyond the point that the Jarosh is prepared to go, whereas the Jari will go another mile. And that's what we do, don't we? All of us. We're willing to go the extra mile. But the point is, don't hurt yourself because you need to rest up for a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, or 4 weeks. And you just lose all of the potential, all the momentum that you're trying to create. Now, this posture looks very simple and almost silly, in a way, in the context. But it works very well when you go into the stretch, when you're lying on the floor, and the stand may drag on our bodies a little bit. But what you're looking for when you go into the lie-down position at this point is that you need to allow the lower part of the spine to lift. So you start to feel your butt cheeks about here starting to rise off the ground. Not a lot, a little bit. And that is the full extension, and it's really quite an easy one to do. Now again, I begin the Rasha Irakrai style now when I'm coming into this position, but I only do my round count. When I'm in the full extension. Okay? So, very simply and quickly, we get ourselves down on the floor like so. And the moment that we begin to raise our palms, we start Rasha Ira on the inhale, Rasthana on the exhale, and just bring the arms in slowly up over the head, until the backs of the hands are lying on the floor, and you feel the pull begin in the lower spine around the pelvic girdle, and the lift and the slide up towards your head that the butt cheeks are beginning to do. And there you'll do whatever round you're working with, whether it's 6, 12, 24, whatever. And when you've completed the round of breaths, just bring your arms back up, back down to the side of your hips. Straight knees. Okay, you don't need to stand because the next posture is the sitting one. So you come out now, okay? And you sit with your legs crossed in front of you. And it doesn't matter whether your right leg is in the front or your left leg is in the front. But all I say to you is that the correct alignment in this particular move is where the shin is running straight across the front of the body. You don't want your ankles pulled right up under you towards your butt in any way. You need to have your ankles out in front of your body a little ways, where the shin is more or less spread across the front. Okay, right angles to where your body's facing. Yeah, don't need to pull feet up into our groins or anything. Your ankles are just sitting just down in front of you with the leading leg running straight across the front. Nice and free, not too tight. The legs not pulled in tight on each other. So the left leg is not really doing anything, it's just hanging there behind the leading leg. And just pay attention to that position. Now, this is the posture where working with the breath is helpful in a slightly different way. So if you put your palms on the floor in front of you, just in a natural way you can reach position. Okay? Just like plop them down so your forearms are touching your shins as you put them down there. Now, the way that I use the breath in this particular posture, and you can use your own approach if you like, but from this moment, I use Vasha Ira. I start now in rounds of 3. So the first round of 3, and I'm going to 24 with this one, with you now. And if you can't go to 24, just stop. So the first round, Vasha Ira, like that. And at the end of the first group of 3, I'll walk my fingers out to a new point ahead of me and do another round of 3. So that's the first 2 of 3, that's 6. I walk my hands out a palm width again, and I do 3 more. And then I move my hands out another palm width. So you see what I'm doing is I'm using my hands to take a little bit of weight. I'm using the breath to support the posture and the progression through it. So I'm on 12 now. Now I'll tell you this, that I can't actually reach full extension by the time I'm working 24, and I don't push it that hard. So I'll take another step forward with my hand, and now I'm on the 15th breath. And another step with my hand, and I'm getting close to my limit now. And this is the 18th. I'm paying attention to what my body's doing. I'm looking at the tightness in my lower back, across my pelvic girdle, in my butt cheeks. I'm breathing into those areas as I'm doing this. I come to the end of this round of 3 and I say, yeah, body, are you willing and able to take one more? And we say yes. So we go, right now we're out there now. And at this point we're on breath 21. And I'm deciding that it's not appropriate to ask the body for any more. So we'll just do the final set of 3 right now. And then, having completed the 24, use your fingers just to walk. This is not being wet and weedy. Just walk your body back up. This is being graceful. Bring your body back up. It's done what you've asked it to do. You can help it to go back to where it was. I did, yeah. And you would just allow your head to drop as you're moving forward. Okay, you're not pushing from as if you put your hand behind your head. You're not pushing it. But all of the postures have this simple thing in common where you allow the body just to move naturally under its own weight. Any body part that has to move, by and large, you want it to move under its own weight and with your own encouragement. So you walk your body back up so that your upper torso is upright. Now, if you watch what I'm doing, to retain the grace of the entire movement, is when you walk yourself up, just let your palms come up on your kneecaps and just lean back so that your legs start to come up and open. And at that point, like that, you can change leg positions. So you bring your legs back into the position of changing the leading leg. Just look down to make sure that your shin is running more or less straight across your body. Okay, you don't have to do the clapping at this point. Hands down, just where they fall in front of you. Begin your first 3. And when you've done your first 3, just walk your palms out 1 palm width away. Do the second 3. And then progress like that. When you finish the 6th, just walk your palms out another palm width. And do 7, 8, and 9. And continue like that until you feel that the balance between the Jari and the Jarosh is in favor of the Jari. Allow yourself to wait in that position, complete your 24 breaths. Now, in this situation, we've got relatively restricted time. You can do what you like. You would work through each posture one by one. If the kind of if the natural body capacity is to work with a breath count of 24, 48, whatever like that, or if you want to work through everything one time, 12 or 24 breaths, going through all 12 postures and then come back to the beginning and do that over again, that's a personal choice. It's not a have to do. No. That's right. In that particular regard, the full benefit and value exists in the climax of the posture. When you're able to move the body into a further extension, when you're really breathing into places of tightness, that is really what we're focusing on, because that's the place where the channel clearing, the spins and flows are meeting a point of resistance. And that is the goal. the goal is to increase capacities in all those ways. And you do that on the breath, and you do that through the extension count, not the number of reps you're doing. Next one is one of the slightly more muscular ones where you have to use some muscles rather than the weight of the body. And this is designed as a prelude to the count. No, that's not the count. I can't remember this one. But it's really actually the position of the Hello. The position of the microphone. Keep your mouth shut. The important thing here is to have your arms about 10 to 12 inches from your nose. Either hand should be about a foot away from your nose. And just about level with the corners of your eyes, so that they're not down here by your shoulders, they're a little bit forward, alongside your ears, alongside your eyes, that kind of place. And then you push up gently on the arms, so you straighten your arms. Push up. Do a straight arm extension, go there. Well, alright. You do it, I'll rush. Okay, so go back to the beginning position. It's fine now. Okay. So just begin to push up. Straighten the arms slowly. Push chin up. And allow the weight, nothing else, the weight of your lower torso just to create a progression in which your pubic bone begins to approach and make contact, if it does, with the floor or with the sand. Now, here's another example where you use the Rasha press down. From the minute you started the arm extension. But in terms of working with a count, you begin your count only when you have your arms straight, not locked, not overlocked, which is dangerous, but pretty damn straight. And when you're allowing the body weight to push down on the pelvis, that's when you begin your count. This is one particular posture when I was recovering from the pseudo disc problem, where I found it was much more beneficial for me initially to work with a 6 count, and here I did a repetition of 4 to make my 24. And progressively you find that the lower back opens up, the pelvic bone does approach the ground quite quickly. So that within a matter of 3 or 4 weeks, it would be unlikely if you did this most days that you couldn't go to a 24 breath count fully as one rep. And things about this stuff, which pretty much most people, except the youngest, most people will find challenging. I want just to remind you about what success is in your own terms, and that terms of looking at other people, seeing what they're doing, and what you're able or not to do. We don't have relationships with success and failure, higher and lower in those ways. The whole message is to work with your body in a sympathetic and compassionate and persistent way, working with them to imitate and inviting them to extend and expand. Yeah, I think that particularly really so the thing about this is the technical is important, but when you know your body now, the posture required to bring your knees up to the forehead, like your own way of swinging your lower body up into that position. And when you bring yourself up where your knees are hovering above your forehead, or if you're very lucky, touching them, at that point, in order to complete the movement, it's really important to get your shoulders in the correct position. Because if you just curl up from the position you're in when you're lying on the floor, when you want to do the extension with the legs over the head, you'll find that your shoulders are in the wrong place. Yeah, and it won't facilitate the full opening of the position. So I would recommend that when you bring your knees up over your forehead in the first half of the movement, that's the time to wriggle about, use your elbows and hands, just push yourself up onto the top part, not this part, but the upper part with the shoulder blade in back, okay, rather than working from much lower down at the upper back, because it will make the whole swing feel a lot tighter, and it will tend to make it feel less pleasant. Right. Two things.
One of them is with this one, especially if you're not used to stretching out or up here. Be really careful not to push yourself. You'll find, oh yeah, I can do that right now, and you will. Well, you'll regret it tomorrow, right? Gentle is the key. And another thing, as far as the shoulder positions Baz was talking about, if you get yourself up there and you got your knees up pointing around your forehead, and you're finding it hard to breathe, as if your lungs are feeling compacted, that's when you need to start readjusting the position of your shoulders to try to rotate up a little bit higher. And then the breathing will ease a bit before you go into the final extension. And this is when you can, if you push it, you can really hurt yourself, both top and bottom of the spine can spasm on you. And you can get yourself an injury that takes a month to get over. So just be real gentle with it. It's alright if you feel a little tension, but don't push past that tension just because you know you can. Because if you push past it without gently moving the body to that, you can really end up with an injury. So please be careful with it. You know, especially if not used to stretching out in all directions.
Well, I just loved it, you know. I only had 2 points remaining. 2.5. What I was going to point out to you, that the area that is most vulnerable is right here. If you push too hard, in other words, when you move from the knees hanging over and if your calves and feet are pointing upward, more or less, right? From that point, when you bring the lower legs over your head, that's the point where you're allowing the body weight to do the work. You're not pushing yourself in any way, and if you do, the first thing that will happen, you will pull or tear a muscle in here. Not my words. You both can. Okay? That is the first place where you'll find that you'll feel it, the tightness in there, and you can even almost hear the muscles. If you approach a point that the body doesn't want to go beyond, they're the muscles that will start shouting at you. And please take heed of that, because you will tear in here first if you don't do anything. Yeah. Yeah, I think Ash is talking about the breathing. Of all the postures that put you in a position where your relationship with breathing, composure, confidence, and mental direction, when you roll up and you find your chest, there is even panic potential because it interferes with the natural breathing circulation. And this, quite rightly, as Ash is asking me to talk about a bit more, is one of the places, one of the postures where you're going to have to do a little bit more work. You're going to have to pay attention to what parts of your body need to be readjusted, as she was saying earlier, right? And if necessary, to have a conversation with yourself about what it is you're doing, why you're doing it, if you need to do that, but where you're actually being nursemaid almost to the breathing mechanism, so it doesn't lose confidence, it doesn't feel choked tight, it doesn't feel threatened. And there's a whole area where, let's say, past life memories that involve choking and an inability to breathe, right? Where you can encounter some bleed through about why you feel fear when you put yourself willingly in a position of this kind of constriction. All right. Now that will be your own journey. All I can do is say, hey, this kind of thing can happen. This is the kind of thing you need to do. There is no need to panic. You can stop the posture just a second that you feel really uncomfortable and go back to another point. But if you can understand it better while you're in it and make the adjustments, whether mental or physically, whilst you're there, then it will be very beneficial because you're going to be coming out of the situation with a multitude of benefits. So, oh, hang on, we got some incoming. I got some incoming. Yes.
Just one more thing. I found this very, very useful. When you're first going up into the position, there's the graceful way and there's the just get there way. If graceful doesn't work at first because you don't have enough core strength in the muscles up through here and in your abdomen, just use your hands to gently push your butt up into the air. I found that works pretty well. Eventually you'll be able to just roll your bottom up as it were. But if you can't do that, it doesn't matter how big your bottom is, just gently kind of push it up until you can get it where it's up in the air. I had to do that for I know I can go up into it, so I thought that might be helpful. Some people weren't used to being upside down on a regular basis.
I don't know what it is that is making like it's loose, but okay, welcome. Yeah. Still. We're not there. We're there? There is something wrong with our electronics, so if I... Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so we start out live. Hands by yourself. Most of them already got into position anyway. So draw your feet up towards your butt, so your knees are bent. With your feet that, well, the soles of your feet are on. So. And this is the point where you've got to get your knees up over your forehead. So you've got to chuck the lower body up or push it up with your hands. Get a quick swing off the ankles, bring them up. Yeah. You're going to hang your knees over your forehead or allow your forehead to touch, your knees to touch your forehead. This is the position where you need to check on where your shoulders are. And I would recommend you do a little wriggle so you move your body weight much further up your shoulders before you attempt the extension. You just wiggle your shoulder parts, that's right. So you're distributing the weight more towards the top part of your shoulders. And at that point, begin to straighten the legs slowly and allow the weight of your thighs, your calves and your feet Try and keep your legs straight, even if they don't drop very far. Just gently let your body unwind in this position. I can see one or two bodies that are suffering because they haven't made the shoulder adjustment. They're bending from below the shoulder blade. A couple of the guys are bending from below the shoulder blade. And it's going to hurt you if you do it like that. You need to move your body weight up towards the top, wriggle about. Yeah, you'll find it be much, much more pleasant, much easier to do. But if you try and do this curl from the upper middle part of your body, A, you won't succeed, and B, you're likely to pull a muscle. Sorry? Yeah. So you just... Now again, this is a tricky position in terms of it's the one of the positions where if you're going to do yourself any body damage, this is one that will do it if you try and push it too far. But whatever count you're going to use on the breath, 6 or 12, this is one where you break it down and be patient. Just do 6 and come back to the fully flat position. If you're inclined to roll up again and do another 6, that approach is much better than saying, well, the deal I've made with myself is to do 24 breaths or 12 breaths, whatever, and that's what I'm going to do. Because you're using the mind in a way that is not actually supportive and it isn't really very sensitive to the vulnerabilities of the body that it's trying to cooperate with. So we just unroll now, come back to flat on the floor. Right. All right. Now this is the second of 3 postures where there is a little bit of muscular activity going on. We start by sitting with our arms at 45 degrees behind us, palms or fingertips facing away from your back. And this is one where there aren't any lead-up breaths because you basically come up into position like this, chin, pushing chin back, pushing tummy and pelvis up, and you count from here. On your cycle of breath, 6, 12, 24, just hold in the position, chin back, pushing the butt up in the air. So you create a slightly concave movement through the spine. And when you've completed your breath count, just lower your butt slowly and gracefully. And continuing to sit. We now prepare to do what is called the cow. Now, because this could get interesting. All right, we're sitting here with our feet and toes is out front. Okay, using your right hand, grasp your right leg just above the ankle and slide that leg, that calf, and the heel just so it comes. You just have to raise your butt just a little bit. This is not a posture where you need to have the heel stuck up your unmentionables. You just need to bring your heel just so that you have to just lean over a little bit so it comes up under and then sit back down on it. We don't need any tuck tights in this particular one. Now having done that, use your left hand or your right. Just put your hand behind the left knee and just lift the leg up so it bends and then bring the left heel and lower left calf so it's touching, it's resting on the knee, it's resting over the right knee. Now you can take your hands away, just adjust it a little bit. You can take your hands away and everything stays where it needs to be. You don't have to work at holding your legs in position from this point, okay? Don't pull anything in too tight, just make sure that the contact with the left calf over the right knee is sufficient just for the friction to hold the legs just like that. So we should be sitting now in a really relaxed position before we go into the one that isn't so much. Now, people who experience tightness when we begin to move the arms to come to the clasp here would be working initially with a belt. So you'd have if you can't get to the finger clasp, you can't do this right off. But when you do this at home, you would use a belt. And you simply have it in one hand, you take the right over the back of the head, drop the belt behind you, so the left hand can grasp it, and you just tighten that. You then tighten the relationship just a little bit, just pull it in, just walk it in with your fingers. You're not trying to pop anything in your back. But you come into a position where you have the clasp. If you can, you would adjust your elbow, the right elbow, so it's actually sitting on the back of your head. So it comes into a kind of a friction position, like the leg is over the knee. And it just sits over the back of the head if you can manage to get it in there. And at that point, if you're going to do a count now, if you're counting your 6 or 12 or 24, you would lower the forehead now down to the top of the knee. If it doesn't touch the top of the knee straight away, don't worry. Another time, it eventually will. But just drop the forehead down towards the top of the left knee now, and allow the body to unwind while you do your breathing, while you check out what's reacting, what's talking back to you, what's feeling tight. Just breathe into it all. Let the body weight. Move everything down towards the top of the knee. Don't push through it. It isn't necessary. Done, just raise your body, just allow your fingers to come apart gently, and just move slowly back. And again, as you change position, just bring your palms up onto the front of your left knee, just lean back, just open the body position, slide the lower leg out, like that. And then having done that, as before, slide the left heel in under the right butt, just lean slightly, just so that the weight of your body helps the left leg stay in position. Again, pick up the right leg, just bring it across the kneecap, place it so there's sufficient friction to hold that in position. And you just sit like this and nothing's going to move. And you bring, again, your hands up. Everyone has a stiff side and everyone has a looser side. And you sometimes have to work your knuckles up through your back. You need to walk it up there to get the fingertips touching if you can, and then finally walk it somewhere until you can get a grip. Join the fingertips or use the belt and repeat. Just let the head drop down towards the right knee. Don't push it. Pay attention to the breathing. Any parts of the body that are talking to you. Breathe specifically into those parts patiently and in a relaxed manner. Don't push or pull anything anymore than your natural posture is asking you to do. So just unwind the body again. Just clasp your palms around your right knee. Just lean back on it so everything comes apart really easily. Left palm on your left knee. Just lean back. Use the weight just to open it out like that. Remain in this position, please. And what we're going to do is to go back to the very first position. So bring your right heel under your left butt. Help your left leg get in position over the knee. And this is a lovely twisting one where it challenges you to choose a point that is not too far from the standpoint of injury or pulling muscles, but at the same time it's not a kind of a flop. So yeah, this will be, you know, you have to take responsibility for some of this, and you choose a point that is actually providing the twisting sensation. So you bring now your right arm over, so your elbow is up above your knee, over your thigh. Your left arm goes out behind you, and if you just pay attention to your left arm and the relationship to your back, move it around the back, and you can feel where the tension point begins. Fingers just above the ground, and you're going to let your palm engage and anchor there. And from that point, then you take your head, and your head now follows where your left arm just went. And this posture requires you to just gently twist the upper torso, very, very gently, through the action of the head, looking back as far as it can over the left shoulder. You do your count, or start your count once you've reached the start position. You can count into the position, but if you're using breath as a counting mechanism, you begin counting your 6 or 12 or 24 from this point. But when you're done, and I don't do this just because I'm old, just use the right palm on the outside of your left knee and just support the body coming back. You're not asking it to do things, it doesn't have to do this. And then your left palm under your left knee, just lift the knee up and help it come out of the position. Right knee on the right kneecap, just help that to come out of position. And then the reverse, where we bring the left heel just a little bit under the butt. The right leg up and over, so the ankle is restrained by the knee with a little bit of friction. Bring your right arm out, and again, feel for that point as you're moving out before you make contact with the ground, because you're going to lock your body here. Put your palm down in the point where you just feel a little bit of tightness, a little bit of stretch. Bring your left arm over your right side, and then use the head to move into the posture and begin your count. And just keep steady pressure. Don't push any further. Just keep steady pressure and wait for the body to respond, which it will. And you'll find that slowly but surely the rotation will increase and develop by a degree or two at a time. And that's what we're looking for. We're about to start 9. Let's read. And remain in seated position, please. And keeping the left leg straight out in front of you, grasp your lower right leg with your right hand and use your right hand to bring your right leg up so that your heel is up in the upper thigh and lower crotch area. Okay, and just have it be like that, so your shin should be more or less at right angles to the direction of your body. You don't want it pointing back in under your bum. It just needs to be in far enough so it's horizontal. That's just really a nice balanced position. No overexertion in that area because you don't want it there. Take your left hand and just lay it down in the center of your shin. Just its natural length. Okay? Bring your right hand and cover the back of your left. Alright. Now, you remember the posture 2 when I was talking about walking with your palms out? Well, this is one of those postures where it would be advisable to use the same methodology. So, if you're doing a 12 or a 24 count, you do your first 3 just right here. Totally relaxed. On my wrist. Oh, where's Canute? Anybody seen Canute? None of you know who Canute is, do you? Okay. Well, anyway, he was the geezer who thought he could send the tide back, and he didn't succeed. So anyway. Then I guess we'll be backed up. Okay, so wherever your palm sits on your shin, first 3 breaths. Second 3, just extend, lean into the shin, don't push, lean. Bring your body weight behind your arms and allow that weight transfer to move your palms down your shin. This isn't about pushing, except where muscles are required. Do your second 3. Again, drop your head now, more so. Allow the weight to move your palm further down the shin towards the ankle, if you're not already there. And there's no shame in that if you're not. Do your third 3, do the same again. Allow your head to drop more fully. Your upper torso is applying weight down the arm. Move down to the 10, 11, 12 breath. And continue to do this now. And if you find this is too tight, just do what I suggested before. Do 3 or 4 reps, just only 6 breaths. Each time just pay attention to how much more your body opens. Even if it's by ½ an inch, you will find that you will come to trust your body to respond to what you're asking it to do. And if you can move your hand down your shin ½ an inch a week, where you're reaching what you think is the limit of your extension, you're making very, very nice progress, thank you. And you're not to beat yourself up if you don't find it unwinds like that. You just need to be patient. Breathe into the areas of your body that are feeling tight. Absolutely. And our mobile demonstrator here is talking about fancy things like being able to get your nose on your knee. Really. But that is what you can achieve. Fairly said and without joking. And you bring your right leg out just by using your right palm and just leaning back and letting that graceful retrieval of the leg happen. And then reverse. Bring your left heel in, upper thigh, not all the way up your behind, just so the shin is making that correct 90-degree angle. Right leg out in front. Just extend your right arm once more, naturally. Let it drop on your shin. Cover it with your left. That's the first round of 3 breaths, that position. So go through your 3 there. Allow your chins to drop towards your azare. Just let the body weight move you. An inch or so down the shin, whatever it comes to is fine. Do your second 3. Look for the extension, just let the body weight fall forward. Chins down, touching the skin of the upper chest area. And continue thing that the body will do in this position, you'll find, and you may not notice it, but it tends to want to cheat. And what that means is it will actually contract the muscles behind the knee, and actually, without you noticing necessarily, it will have you working with a bent knee, and you don't. You need to pay attention to the flatness, relative flatness. You need your leg to be as comfortably straight as it can be, and watch it, because it will creep back. It will start bending, and you're so into the posture with your hands down your shin you won't even notice. But part of the benefit from the point of view of channel clearing and the chakras that exist in the knee, behind the knee, that this is one of the target areas in this one. And having it cheat on you, so to speak, is the jarosh, taking you on the blind side, and you don't want that to happen. If it means you've got to live with your hands just below your kneecap for a week or two, so be it. But the actual positioning of the body as regards that particular location is an important thing. And be patient and be kind to yourself. You're already being supremely kind by even sitting down wearing silly clothes. Why worry about some of these details of what the pictures look like and what the mags are showing you and all? This is a personal relationship. You're doing it not just for you, but you're doing it on all life forms that depend on you. And there's a huge dignity and grace in getting that far. Don't worry about the other stuff. It'll come if it needs to come. Right? Now our third and final muscular position requires us to sit legs out straight. It's better just to support the upper body with the hands slightly behind the body. I know, I forgot that.
It took 6 months to get there.
This took 6 months to actually do it all. Okay. So you're supporting like this, and there are different ways of going into it, and you can explore how it works for you. But when you're just supporting upper body, you can do this to begin, and then come to this start position, and then you go here. And this is the time you count from that point, and you do your round if it's 6 or 12 or 24.
It's easier if you bring your knees up first and so back.
She's saying that she finds it easier to bring her knees up, tilt back, and then do that. I have never entered the posture that way. And you know, the thing is that you can.
So just in case you have a problem with this one like I did.
The thing is that how you get into the positions is something that you can work out is the most comfortable and successful way to do it. Ash is demonstrating precisely that point from her own perspective. I've never done it this way. But she's found that has been part of her own success, her own persistence, and has reached the point now where she can hold that position really very well with a lot of body strength now.
It's easier than doing this for once and drag you forward.
Yeah. And you will find that once you've continued for a time, you know, you can go straight to that without bending anything or doing anything. You just go straight there because you've developed just that little bit of body strength that enables you to go straight up and just hold it. So let's do one round of this then. So we came to start position. You've seen some options about how you get your feet off the ground and your upper body balancing, so you're presenting a nice V shape. You bring your arms out, everyone brings their arm out horizontally and back in behind the head. In the early stages, you'll find your elbows want to come around here like horse blinkers or something, you know. And don't worry, just notice that they shouldn't be there, and just, you know, say, hey, come on, you know, we need to be more this way, more this way. And at first, you find it will be quite difficult to do for some people, but eventually you'll find you'll be able to go into that part where you're really, you know, able to push your shoulder blades towards each other in back here. But that isn't something that's going to happen day 1, week 1, week 2. Just to let it be okay, know where you're headed, know where you want to go, and take yourself there by little steps, because lots of little steps will get you where you want to go. Okay? What is better? 100 girls take 1 step forward, or 1 girl takes 100? I choose 100 girls taking 100. Try stop them. Don't worry. That's fine. And if you roll over on your back, that's fine too, because the next time you try, that won't happen. Just let it be okay. Have a little giggle with yourself. Keep your humour there. Be amused and pleased and proud of what you're doing. When you get fancy, when you get really good, sure you would. Absolutely. Absolutely. I have such a bad relationship with my toes that when we're doing the photography, they had to do it over again. My toes are like my hand. Okay. And finally the tree. AKA the Merkaba spin speed Merkaba balancing posture. Okay, you know what it looks like. Okay, let's choose the female side of things. Left arm out. Right arm on lower shin, lifting leg up. Deposit leg inside of thigh. Use the friction to hold the sole of the foot in position in your thigh, using your left arm mostly and your right arm sometimes to get yourself in balance. Your stand is going to make this a lot more difficult because it's uneven and tends to move. At this point, raise, arms, clasp your fingers, first fingers pointing up, and at this point you do your round count of 6, 12, 24, 48, depending on, oops, how fancy you are. It's helpful to pick a spot in front of you. The sound is rather bland, but if you can focus on a bump or a hollow or something like that, it will help you with it. And the really far out stage of this particular posture is when you can do this with your eyes closed. And I can tell you now that I can't. I completely fall out of my Merkaba when I close my eyes. But I have a deal with myself. One day, before I slide or slip away, I will bloody do it with my eyes closed.
It is weird. Even if you get there and close your eyes,
Yeah.
it throws your balance off.
It really does, yeah.
How weird is that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so to complete this part of the session, and thank you all for your patience and attention, do the other leg. Just change sides now. Mm.
Let them know we're not done yet. The Giannis part comes.
I will.
They'll go faster though.
Yes. Well, beloveds, that's part 1A. Part 1B, the weight show. Thank you again.
I've not done any exercises ever with a thingy on my head talking to people, just so you know. So I'm a little odd with this, sorry. I'll get better at it. This corresponds to what is called the Janus part of the Loga Janus, as they're called the Logas. I love Logas for one reason. They're the most perfect way to get intimately in touch with visual contact with every roll of fat anywhere on your body that you never even knew you had. You just really get to have a really intimate encounter. Not to mention every stiff muscle, joint, bone, etc. The more you do them, the more flexible you do get. These, the Janus parts, they're a little bit different. With the Logas part, it takes a while to do them. You tend to move slowly. You're focusing on the breath, all of this. These two, the Janus, they're called breathing stretches, but they're done a little bit more dynamically. And for ones that you're doing something on one half of the body, you would hold for do the posture and hold it for 6 breaths. If it's something that is just one posture the whole body does, you hold it for 12 breaths. But they move a little bit more fluidly as far as they don't take as long to do. And you'll find this with a lot of the arrayas. These are also, Loga Janus are considered arrayas as well as the ones we're doing in the next few days. They're all meant to be able to be done within a half an hour, like each one. Some of them go with the top body, some of the middle, some of the bottom. Some of them you may find a little bit challenging. You can see the positions in the charts as we were aiming for. So the idea with any of these is to move through it gently. Eventually all of these, you would actually use them as almost like a Tai Chi set, where you would go from one set, do the breathing, and into the other, do the breathing, and then to the other. So you're actually moving fluidly. It would be done like a Tai Chi set. But first, get to where you can handle each one of the postures. The ones that I think the one that's hardest for me, and I'm still starting to do it, is number 10, where you actually stand up straight. Your hands on your hips, and you stick a leg out straight and hold it, and then you bend the other knee. Right. That takes a bit of muscle development. Alright. I'm just some of these, the standing ones, when you're at home or doing it, where if you can lean on something, a counter or a sturdy chair or something like that, just to help you get into the posture. Once you get into it, it'll actually help you build muscle strength just holding it. So if you're not particularly graceful getting into it in the first place, just getting there and holding it, even if you have to balance it first on something, that will help develop the muscle strength involved. So eventually you'll find you can do it in a simple, easy motion, which I'm not there yet either. So anyway, we'll start these. They will go faster. The first 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, actually, first 3 have to do with the upper part of the body, and then number 4 has to do with the entire spine and creating flexibility. Numbers 1 is one that you do 6 breaths on one side, 6 breaths on the other. Doesn't matter which side you start. The number 2 is one that it's just a full body because both arms are doing the same thing at the same time. Number 3 again is one part, 6 breaths on left, 6 breaths on right. And number 4 is again just full body. So I'll take them from there and we'll just move through them. I'm going to try to move you through the sequence without a break in between and discussing each one. I'll try to narrate as I go. I'm just getting used to how to teach this over the microphone as well as do it myself to demonstrate. As was good at that one. Let's see if I can handle it. Okay, number 1 is very simple. It stretches out the whole upper shoulder area, not to mention the muscles in through here. So you just put your arms up in the air and palm on elbow, both sides, right? And then you inhale, and then on the exhale, bend to one side. And hold, and do 6 just regular breaths. And after 6, come back up to the center
And then inhale, hold for a sec, and then exhale into the motion, and 6 breaths on the other side. And then back up. And then from there, we would move to posture 2. Just take the arms up, bring them down and back, into back of you, and in back of you, clasp your palms together, and then inhale and hold for a second. And then on the exhale, push the arms up as far as is comfortable. It'll get further every time you do this. And then breathe. This one's a 12 breath, if you can do it. If you can't, lower them. If they start to hurt, lower them a little bit. Lower them a little bit. Eventually, you'll be able to do completely straight arms and almost completely out, at a 90-degree angle to your back. But first, even if you're down here, that's okay. Right? Even if you're like down here, that's okay. You don't force it, but with all of the yanas parts of the local yanas, you would inhale on the passive and exhale into the motion. All right, so you're actually using the breath to push energy into supporting the muscles and things into the motion. Okay, now I can bring it out of number 2 and into number 3. This is one you do on each side for 6 breath count. You start with whichever side you want. I'll start with just saying left, because I start with left because I'm left-handed. Stick your left arm out. Stick your right arm underneath it. We're almost where the left arm sits in the crook of the elbow of the right arm. And then bring the right hand up vertical to where it's like where the tip of the fingers are pointing to the sky. Inhale and hold a sec. And then the motion as you exhale is push toward the right. Using the vertical hand to actually bring the tension of the shoulder. This opens the shoulders and opens across the back as well. Once you're in as far as you can extend to the side position, then do 6 breaths. If it starts to hurt, ease back a little on the tension. And then simply rotate back out of it and bring it to the other side, where you put the other arm up straight, the right arm up straight. The left arm comes up under. Right arm sits in the crook of the elbow of the left. Fingers of the left pointing to the sky. And then we use the arm, the vertical arm, to pull gently as we're inhale and then exhale into motion, pulling it gently toward the left shoulder to wherever it's comfortable. Eventually you can get a very, very large rotation with this. Once you're in full extension, breathe gently 6 times. And then rotate back out. And then next, you take the arms, put them up over your head, lock the thumbs together, palms pointing forward. Spread your feet about a little bit more than a ruler, or 12 inches apart, where they're a bit in a V configuration. Okay. Then try to feel your abs. I don't know if anybody knows their abdominal muscles yet. Some people will, other people won't. Try, first of all, to contract your bum cheeks. Squeeze your butt together. And then next, try to squeeze the lower abs a bit, right? And really make a solid grounding right in through here. You've got muscle tension, holding here, right? Here, and the butt cheeks. You're up here. And try not to lock your knees. Leave them a little bit flexible. And then inhale and hold for a second. And then gently move yourself back into an arch, as far back as is comfortable. You can bend your knees a bit, but try to keep the tension in the butt cheeks and in the lower abs. Once you get to your comfortable extension, you can breathe here 6 times. Or if it's too painful here, you can just bring the whole thing forward and do the 12 forward, whichever works for you, but ideally 6 backward and 6 forward will work. Next is move forward in a gentle fluid motion. Bring the hands down, the arms down, fold up. Fold up as if you're a piece of paper, folded in half. You can spread your feet a little wider if they aren't wide enough to do this. But as you go down, you can get to the point where your head is actually between your feet and where your hands, the palms of your hands, are actually on the floor. Don't force that right away. Start with bringing yourself down, touch your fingertips to the floor in front of your face, in front of your head. And then start moving yourself gently backwards. But notice we're not taking a lot of time of, breathing consciously into each move. You can do that if you need to, but these are meant to be done a little bit more rapidly. So you can breathe into it if you need to, but the objective eventually is to move it back where you can keep the palms of your hands on the floor as they move back between your feet, and then the palms move back even further to almost where the tips of your fingers are back behind your heels, and at that point your head would be almost in between your feet. You don't harm yourself with this. Again, you might just be getting this far, and that's okay. Even if you can't touch the ground yet, that's okay. All right? But if you build a little bit each day, and inhale and then exhale into the motion, right? That will progressively stretch the axiotonal lines and the meridian lines and the muscles. So you'll get to where you can do that. All right? The next one, and eventually, like I said, we will be doing these in successive motion, where you just move from one posture to the next, like you do in Tai Chi. But start here, where you learn the postures. We're what? You can keep your knees slightly bent in this one. Yeah. In most exercises, it's better to keep your knees slightly bent, because when you lock the knees, you really can injure yourself, both the knees and in back of them as well. So somebody had asked a question, I was just answering that one about the knees. Now this one, we would go down, and eventually you'll develop your own style. When you're moving from posture to posture, that's where you kind of let your own jari come through, and let it move you the way it wants to, but move it consciously, right? When you're moving from posture to posture, say when you're going from down here, the next one is going to be going down where our bum is on the floor, right on the ground. So you'd say, come up. Make it almost like a dance, right? Whatever feels right to you. There's no, you have to do this or that. When we go into the next movement, we're going to go down on the ground. All right? Whatever feels like the graceful flow of going down on the ground. If every move you actually think about as a movement in a dance, all right? And this is actually part of the mindfulness training, that we learn to go through a whole day like that. Every time you pick up a cup, every time you turn on a faucet or use the bathroom, every movement, conscious as a dance, because life is a dance. This gives you a whole different relationship with your jari and your embodied consciousness. It also begins to help you develop a very deep control, and not forceful control, but cooperative control between your body and your conscious mind. So the next pose, we go, find a gentle way. This is going to be fun, because I can't curl up with that sticking in me. Okay. We're going to roll up backward. I'm on my shoes, excuse me. And curl up. And just breathe 6 breaths into the curl. Curl up as tightly as you can. And then after 6 breaths, we'll come out of the movement, and again, a conscious transition. We're going to do the reverse movement by coming up, putting the hands on the ankles, and extending as far as you can go. And eventually you'll get to the point where you can kiss your knees. But don't force that yet. The idea is to be able to stretch. You don't need to stretch your arms out past, your hands out past your toes. Just let the elbows kind of relax with your hands on your hands on your ankles. Elbows bent. And just try to bring the head down as far as you can to where you could eventually kiss your knees. you'd be surprised that if you do this for like 2 weeks, you'll get about twice as far as when you first start. So it's not as hard as it might seem. And again, once you're in the position, just breathe 6 simple breaths into that position. And then it'll be moving back out of the position again. And this one is a lifesaver, at least for me it has been. It is one of the greatest ways to release tension in the tailbone area and to really loosen up the mobility in the lower spine. A lot of times when you're doing some of the other exercises or even the logas, the body starts holding tension in certain places, and one of them for me has always been the lower back. This one has saved me, where I've actually heard like cracks and pops when I do it. It's a gentle one. It's not meant to, you don't force this, right? You just go to where it's comfortable, and this one you do more slowly, because you'll actually, if you do it too quickly, you can actually, your muscles will rip before you realize it. And you go, oh no, ow, and then you're stuck, right? Because really, if your muscle rips when you get into that, you're not going to get back out of it easily. So the idea is to gently release the tension. And what we do on this one is you lay on your back. You can do either leg first, but I'm going to use the left. And this is another one of those dyslexia wonders, where you got parts of you going in one direction and parts are going in the other. Okay, so you'd raise your, I got my shoes again, excuse me. Raise your left leg to where the knee is pointing up and the leg is straight out. Okay. Then take your right hand and arm and put the hand on the outside part of the left knee. This is going to be your pushing hand. You're actually, when we get into the action, are going to push the left knee gently toward the right side. Now before we do that, we're going to now take the left hand and arm, extend the left arm out to the side, parallel with stick it out directly from your shoulder, and turn your head and where you're facing the left arm. Now we will inhale and hold for a sec. Exhale into the motion gently and slowly. And the motion is you're going to rotate your hips with the hand, the right hand pushing the left knee gently toward the right side. And you're going to exhale into it. Bring the knee over and try to hold. You're holding your spine, like pretty, not stiff, rigid, but quite straight, and just bringing the knee over in the same motion. You're not moving the shape of the knee and leg relationship. And try to keep looking over at your left hand while the knee is going to the right. Once you're in a comfortable level of that, eventually you'll get where you can completely rotate over and you've got your neck is completely looking out at your hand on the left side, and the knee is actually touching the floor. Don't force that, because you can really hurt yourself if you force that. Once you're here, just breathe gently into it for a 6 count. I use this one to release any tension that builds up in my back. This really helps to release it, and you'll actually sometimes feel like little pops and things that happen, just little ones, but actually they release the tension. And then gently rotate back after the 6th breath. And then do it on the other side, where put your left leg down, bring your right leg up. Okay. Take your left hand, palm to the outside of the right knee, to the side, and face the right side. Turn your head to face the right side. Inhale, hold a second, and then rotate and exhale. Rotate the right knee over to the left side while keeping as much of the facing with your neck and face facing the right side as you can. And again, just rotate it. Kind of lift your butt off the floor, and the back is rotate it over. Once you're in the comfortable extension of it, just breathe 6 times into it. And then gently roll it back. And down. And I believe the next one is an up one. So let's find that graceful movement of up. Oh yeah, this one. This one. I'm just learning these two. They just gave these to us. This one is a bit tricky, especially if the wind is blowing in the wrong direction. This one really helps develop balance. So if I'm not able to hold it as long as I would like to, know that where I'm aiming. All right. So if we're all just learning this one. And again, it's when you would do 6 breaths on the left, 6 breaths on the right. You start with standing on one foot. I'm going to stand on the right foot. You take your left hand and hold your left ankle up, bent up behind you. You're bending your left leg up behind you. At this point, it's really good to think ballerina. So to help you get that, oh yeah, there's a posture here, and you're trying to hold a line where you don't fall over when you do the motion part. From this place, inhale and exhale into the move, which is you're going to bend yourself forward, keeping the hand and leg where they are, but bending yourself forward on the one leg until you're bent over at the waist. See what I mean? It's a little challenging. Where, yeah, I can hold it for 3 seconds so far. The idea is to be able to get there and then hold it for 6 breaths, right? This will develop a lot of strength in your legs, actually, and also in your torso, and it is excellent for balance once you can get there. Oops, you all right, darling? No. So it's basically, think ballerina. Try that for a little bit first. We're just the one leg up and standing there for a little bit. And then gently try to move yourself forward.
Can we just try that for the rest of the day?
This again is one that if you have a counter or something to hold on to while you're learning and developing the muscle strength to do it, it will help a lot. So, like right here would be a good place for a counter. So you get into the pose. The counter will help you where you can hold yourself until the leg muscles get used to it. I'm still trying to get used to this too. But it is basically that pose. Sand is not making this easier. And then you would come out of it gently and gracefully. Remember, think dancer for all of these. And then you would go into the opposite leg. Gee, I think I found my strong leg. Look at that. Look at the difference. Wow. I didn't notice this, and then when you try to straighten the leg fully, the one that's standing, that also shifts the weight again. So it almost starts out where you keep the knee a little more bent on the standing leg. Yeah, counters would be helpful on this one. Right? So you get all the way up. And then when you try to do the stand up, it shifts the balance again. But eventually, with practice, especially if you use a counter or something to give you some support while you do it, you will get to the point where you can hold that and just move through it. And you go from one and out. It looks like dance moves when you do it, where you end up with the hold, and then they come down gently, and then you go into the other hold, right? And you can. It's about core strength and it's about muscle strength in the legs. So it will build those things if you keep trying it. Next one. That's one of the hardest ones. The next one is, it's not really hard. It's just a stretchy thing. And with all of these, imagine that you're a still life model that somebody's making a painting. So when you get into the pose, when you finally get to the action that you're supposed to hold, imagine trying not to move any muscle. Eventually, you'll get that kind of mastered with your body. And that's also what Tai Chi type things teach you. Every muscle, everything is conscious movement. These are meant for that. This one is number 8. This, you simply start, again, you do one leg in the front for 6 breaths, and then you switch the sides again. This one, it's almost like getting in what's called a lunge position, where you've got the front leg In this case, I'm using as my front leg, the right leg, in that position where the knee is coming straight out. You've got the back leg, the rear leg, coming where the knee is almost touching. The foot is actually up like this, and the knee is almost touching the ground. It helps actually if you can hold for 6 breaths here and then switch to the other position. You can also, if this is too uncomfortable, just switch to the other position, which is a little less strenuous, where you actually just tighten your butt muscle on the back leg and pull the bend out of the back knee and just hold and breathe. There's a bit of an arch to the spine on this and a bit of an arch to the leg, but you still got your foot in the same position and up. The back leg, ideally, with the toes would be facing the front, right? And you start down, and you just kind of pull up by contracting your back leg bum muscle, and hold while you breathe. You'll probably feel it in the hip on the right leg, or the front leg, more than anything. If it starts to hurt, then pull out of it gently, because you don't want to overextend, because your muscles will be so sore the next day, you'll never want to try it again. Right? Ooh. Oh, that is weird. I just felt like, what? Yes, quadriceps just kind of like wanted to collapse right under me after that one. Well, I can see that these are going to be helpful as far as developing muscle tone and axiotomial meridian line strength. Don't let the challenging part of them deter you from trying. It doesn't matter if you have to hold on to counters, if you can only get in there and hold it for 2 seconds. Start where you are and work with the body, and eventually it will be like a dance where you can move through these just as graceful as you would be able to in like Tai Chi or martial arts kind of things. So the other leg, we put the left knee in the front and the right leg back with the knee almost touching the ground. And then here's where you inhale when you're going into the tighten the back leg butt cheek. And from there, you would breathe for 6. If you can only do it for half a breath, that's okay. At least you got there. You know, this is a build-up that will build up strength in your body and in your legs. And then just gently, when you're done with the breathing, come out of it. Whew. Oh yeah, this is another one where a counter comes in helpful. I've never done it in the wind before. Some of these, even the difference would be if you're doing it between being barefoot and having trainers or sneakers on, just the weight of the sneaker can actually throw your balance off if you're used to doing it the other way or vice versa. If anybody gets to the point where they're really, really good at these and they want to up the program, for like your athletic types, you put 5-pound weights on your ankle of the active leg. Yeah. I do not do that with these. I do, however, do it with the lower body set, which we'll get into in a couple days. But now with this number 9, you starting position. Again, you do one for each leg. So I'm going to start with lifting my left leg. Take your left hand, take your left ankle. First, bring the foot up. Then you can use your other hand to hold the foot up while you take on the same side, the left hand, put the palm around the heel, as if you're holding the heel with your palm of the same side hand, right? Then you extend the other hand out to the side, on the opposite side. Inhale, and on the exhale, push into the action, which is, I'll help him with that in a minute. Right? Now, if you can only get here, that's a start, right? If you can only get this far, that's a start. You start where you are and let that be okay. But eventually, and what it is, as far as the hand goes, the hand on the same side actually turns around where the palm is facing outward. And from that position, you grab your heel from behind. And then you use the other hand to balance, kind of like pulling that way. And then you breathe into the extension. And then you would hold that for 6 breaths, of course, which I can't do in the wind. But we're all learning this together. Then you do the same thing for the other side. Same hand as the leg that's going to lift. Palm faces out. Knee up. Grab the heel from behind. Other hand out for balance on the other side. And breathe into the extension. And eventually you'll be able to get it up quite high. And then staying there is another trick. But eventually, these will build very much strength, core strength, leg strength, and they're excellent for balance. As I'm falling over, right? Okay, so again, you'd move from those fluidly, one on each side, then into these. And for some reason, these are the ones I dislike most. Excuse me. Sorry about that. Okay, these, when you get good at it and you build the strength in the legs and in the core muscle groups in the torso area, you would simply just point your toe on the leg you're going to lift and bring it directly out and hold it. And then, and this is another one where counters help, something to hold on to. And then you would bend the knee on the other one and go down, and you would hold for 6 breaths. I cannot do this one yet, but you see where it's going, though. To make it a little easier, you start with first just bringing the knee up, right? Instead of doing a full sweep extension, just bring the knee up first, a little bit higher than, or even with it a little bit higher than your hip, and from there make the extension out. It's a little easier to get the extension at first until your quads and stuff develop. And then you go down with the other one while holding the extension out. See, we have all these things to get good at eventually. And then, of course, you would move out of that and go into the extension for the other side, where you would ideally go bring that one up. Hole in the sand, wait a minute. And bring the leg down. And eventually there would be, for those like athletic types, you would actually go up and down with each breath. Right? I can't do that part yet. But the knee that's bent, you would actually use it. You'd straighten the leg and while holding the other leg out straight. So these are challenging, but the core strength and the leg strength, strength in the axiotonals and the meridians that are down in the lower part of the body are extremely important. And that's why they focus on things on really developing these strengths. Because if you get a lot of energy coming in the top, but you have constricted lines in the bottom, this is where you get things like hip blowouts, knee blowouts, lower back blowouts, ankle blowouts, feet swelling, all of that. These will help to ease all of those type of symptoms once you build enough strength in the muscles. And it doesn't matter if you look silly, it doesn't matter if you have to hold onto a counter when you're first starting. Every little bit counts. Every time you do one of them, you just help those muscles involved to get better at it. So it's worth trying. The last one is not too hard. This is where you go back into a sitting position. You can plop down if you want, but eventually remember they're all kind of smooth as if you're doing a dance. Now, for some people, if you're a bit tight in here in the leg muscles and tendons, don't force this. All right, but eventually you'll be able to actually put your head on the floor, your forehead on the floor, and so you just take your feet like praying feet, right? Put them in front of you. And bring them as far as you comfortably can toward your private parts. All right? If your knees are up like this, that's okay. It just means these tendons and muscles need to learn to stretch a bit. So if you're having that problem, just breathe, inhale in a minute, and push energy into those muscles. And while you're doing it, gently push them down a little. Gently push the legs down a little. And eventually you'll develop the strength in here to where you can go just about flat, where as flat as you can get your legs, right? And once you get in that position, once you're able to get your body in that position, then you inhale and breathe in one breath into the going down position. And this is where you go down as far as you can, and don't force it until your body builds up the ability to do it. and aim for actually putting your forehead, kind of like nose on your toes, forehead on the ground in front of you. Now I get to about there, and then those tendons and muscles in here start to scream. And you don't push when it gets that far. You actually sit gently at the point of full extension, which means where it starts to hurt, you just back it just a little bit off so it's not hurting, but you feel the pull. And just breathe your 6 breaths into that. And with this one, until your legs get used to the flexibility, then you take the pressure off a bit, come back up, and then go down again into another 6 breaths. Eventually, every time you do this, it will actually, you'll get down a little bit further and your knees will get flatter a little bit more. And the idea is slow and gentle, and just realizing every little bit will help the body to some degree to get to the next level. There's another one I really enjoy, but from that position, after you would get the 6, and then up, and 6, done. Then right from there, you take it and move and almost like sit back on your sit bones a little bit and take the legs and extend them out and down to the next position. I know, ouch. And put the hands this way. And then gently, you would exhale into this part. So you inhale and hold a second. And then exhale down, sliding your hands down your legs, sliding your face toward the floor in front of you, until eventually you can put your forehead on the floor in front of you, and that would be the point from which you breathe 6 breaths, and then come back up and release the tension a bit, and then go down and do another 6 breaths. Now, some people may have problems with even getting legs straight, all right? I think I've seen more men have tight ligaments and things behind their knees. Women tend to be a little bit more flexible, but that's not a general rule. That's just an observation I've seen. So first you might want to work on just getting where you can actually sit at some degree of, spread legs with your knees completely flat. If you're like this, it's the tendons back here need to stretch a bit. And you can do things like just gently push them down just a little and breathe into them. And don't make it hurt, but just where you feel it, stretch a little and let it be until eventually you can get the knees flat. And same with when you're going over. Now, really flexible people will be able to almost have the legs almost at this angle, right? I am not a gymnast. I will probably never get the legs fully out at this angle. And then literally go down, forward, where not just the forehead can touch, but almost the tops of the shoulders can touch. We don't have to go that far, but if you want to, you can eventually develop the body to do that. Again, these are strength and flexibility training that it is doing in the lower part of the body, and it's allowing for stretching. Every time you make a stretch past where it's the comfortable point, as long as you breathe into it, it actually allows a stretching to happen in the axiotonal and meridian lines as well as the muscle. And so it actually gives it a little bit of ability to stretch the muscle. And they always say that to build muscle, you first have to break down what's there, because that's what actually happens. You don't want to tear it apart where you get injured, but every time you feel the stretch, you're actually, little bits of the muscle are actually pulling apart and breaking, and that allows for a reformation of ones that are stretched a little bit more. That's why gentle stretch and moving into it and then holding at the point of stretch for a bit progressively extends not just the axiotonal lines and the meridians, but also the muscle fiber itself will begin to grow in relation to the new stretching. What you don't want to do is force something just because, I can do that, and you go like flop right on your face. Yeah, got it, no problem. Next day, you'll be so tight, you'll never want to do the exercise again. You can really hurt yourself that way. So even though these are challenging, what's it worth doing if there's no challenge, first of all? You just get bored to death because, I can do that. Like, wow, I can do 10 jumping jacks, I'm impressed, you know what I mean? You get so bored with those kind of programs just because there is no challenge. The body and the jari get bored too. The jari likes to be challenged, and now that the jari is freed from every time it used to do exercise, where it would resist the exercise, because the Jaroche was actually activating more quickly and taking more of its energy. Now with these activations in the field, we actually have the ability to really empower the Jari, that embodied part of our spirit that is right in our atoms, and it will work with us. So it's like you have a buddy. You know how they say that, exercise classes are better when you have groups of people because it's more fun to do it. You stay motivated if you have friends. Well, you have a friend now with you, even if your body is completely alone, because you and your body are getting reacquainted with each other. Talk to it like you would a friend, or sometimes like a child. Come on, buddy, you can do it. You can do one more rep on that, just a little bit more, and then you kind of listen. Okay, yeah, okay. You literally learn to talk with it. You can speak to your body consciousness in English, and it will translate that into the language of direct cognition that it understands. And you will learn to translate the direct cognition part back into English, so you can literally start having conversations with your body consciousness. And the more you work with these type of exercises, the more that you will find it's like a dance between the two of you, between you, your 3D mental body consciousness, and your body consciousness. And you will find that if you work just simply and gently and consistently with some of these exercises, not just these, but the ones that we will learn this week, you don't have to kill yourself with them. You don't have to overwhelm yourself. You don't have to do every one of them 6 days a week like I used to do, except for these. These ones are new. Because then you get really sick of it after about a month, and you don't want to exercise ever again in your entire life if you burn yourself out in the first couple of weeks. Pace yourself. Every little bit does count. If you're having a rough day and you're really good with your program for, I've been on it for a month and it's really good and I haven't missed one of my scheduled days and I just had a really bad day and I'm so exhausted I can't even bear the thought of doing leg weight exercises, for example. Let that be okay. Let your Jari have a break. Let yourself have a break. But realize every little bit counts. So if even you just do a few simple little stretches, even if you can't do a whole program, do that. And it will progressively build strength in not just your body, but your spirit's relationship with your body as well. It'll get you into a point of understanding and relating with the body better. And even if you happen to be either way too skinny and have no muscles whatsoever and you feel like a total weakling, or if you have a whole bunch of extra pounds on that you're not comfortable with, it does make it harder to do exercises. Just work with what you have where you're at. If too much weight is a problem, well, it's very, very simple, actually. Even if you have thyroid issues, right, where I think it's hypothyroidism, that can really, the body's not producing the chemical balances that make it easy to keep weight off, for example, and the metabolism slows. Even if you do that clean eating that we talked about, and Tosca Renaud is a lady, whose book the Beloveds do recommend because it shows you how to do that in the kitchen, and still do some consistent exercise with a bit of cardio. And the key to that is that it does come down to it, even though it's boring as heck. Calories are calories. If you want to lose fat, you need to cut back on the amount of calories. That doesn't mean if you're used to eating 4,000 calories a day, and the average is about 2,000, first of all, you're going to show that. You're storing them. They're going to be on your body in fat. What you don't want to do is drop it down to 800 calories a day and think you're going to go anywhere with that plan, because you won't. You need to bring it down gently to a normal range. If you're used to 4,000, bring it down to 3,000 for a couple weeks. Then bring it down to 2,000, right? Then gently down to about 1,500 calories a day if you want to start losing the fat that's accumulated. But when you do crazy diets, where the fat diets and stuff, oh great, you can skinny yourself to death, your energy will bottom out, you will not feel well, your chemical balances will go wacky, it's not healthy for you, and guess what? As soon as you start eating normal again, you're going to put the weight back on. So if weight is a problem in that direction, simply cut calories back gently, which means get yourself a calorie chart. Find out how much an apple has. Find out how much 2 slices of bread have. Find out how much what is in that thing I just ordered on a restaurant, because God knows what's in that, right? There are certain ways that even in the clean eating books they teach you of what to do with when you're eating out, like what to ask for and what not to ask for, because there's hidden fats and all sorts of things in foods, even if they taste good. That doesn't mean they're good for you. It doesn't mean you can't have them. You can learn to ask in a restaurant for a modified version of whatever that is. So for some people, if excessive weight has been a problem, it's getting in your way of doing exercises that, to make yourself stronger and to get your cardio up and all that, it is worth looking at, finding a balance point for yourself. There's other people who have the opposite problem, where putting on weight is very, very difficult. Protein sources such as like the protein shakes will help with that, especially the ones that have a bit more calories. But for calories for anybody, calories should go with nutrition. So, for example, if you're used to eating like pasta, white bread, all that kind of stuff, that stuff is really lacking in nutrition, but high in calories, white sugar, etc. Go for the multigrain stuff. Go for the brown pastas and breads and stuff like that. When you're going to bother your body to digest something, at least try to make it something that's worth its effort to digest. If you work with the diet and with the exercise and with the general techniques that we teach of how to run energy properly in the spirit body system and the physical body system, you will find a part of yourself, a part of your consciousness that you've never had before, actually. You'll find a peace in your life, even if the rest of life is still rough and has its issues. You will find a grace inside of yourself and inside your body. So thank you for being with us for this morning's set of arrayas. These were called the Logayanas. I believe it's tomorrow we start with the upper body ones, and this is where we don't have 180 dumbbells to use here. So we're going to, even if you're just using wads of sand to get the motions down, we're going to teach you the upper body arrayas. They're to be used with, depending on how strong you are. If you're a guy, you'd start with heavier weights. If you're a girl with small muscles, you might want to start with 5-pound weights and build up to 8 or 10. I use 8-pound ones for 12 or 15. For guys, you have to find your comfort level. Like it should be the last 3 or 4 reps should be challenging. Right? If you have 12 reps to do on a thing, the first 8 should be pretty easy to do, but then you start to feel the fatigue in the muscle and the challenge in the last 4. But you don't want to make it over where you can't go like this and you're going to hurt yourself. So we'll talk more about that tomorrow. I think it's tomorrow. I have to look at the schedule. But when we do the upper body arrayas, we will be doing, I think there's 12 exercises, but there's like A and B in most of them. So it's actually 24 different sets that completely work with all of the shoulders, the back, the neck, the pecs, all of that, and they're geared for that. So we'll see you later. We're having tonight between 9 and 11. We've got lecture number 2. So see you then, guys. Have a good day. Back to sleep.
I got to tell you too, before I forget, just in terms of symbolic language and whatnot, when we went back to the room, we were just chilling and not watching CNN or something. And within 10 minutes of sitting there, I just went to Ash, did you see that? He said, what? Budweiser. I've never seen a Budweiser ad on the TV.
It was a car commercial. The wiser Buddha. Okay, so do we start passing those yet? Okay. What's happening is you're getting your cheat sheets or summary sheets for the upper arrayas, and these are just we'll go through each of these motions. Basically, you'll see.